Ladies and gents, are you ready? Here's my terrible British accent. Are you ready? Karaoke. Oi, oi, now I'm doing in the Aussie, mate. Throw a little Aussie in there. Oi. Are you ready? I don't like this light. It's too much light. There we go. Whoa, that's not enough light. There we go, yeah. I want a little air of mystery in my background. I want a little air of mystique. Yeah, what's up, everybody? It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Dr. Dor, in case you don't know. But if you want my government name, it's Marquise. I feel left out. I want to hear an interpretation of an American accent. Oh my gosh, like, this is going to be such a fun show. I mean, you guys are going to love it so much. Is that a good enough American accent for you? And we're going to talk about Make West, and we're going to talk about aliens, you know, stuff like that. And Armenian, I don't know. I don't have an Armenian accent. I thought you said American. I was like, I thought I had an American accent. I don't know what an Armenian accent is. Hold on. Is it kind of like... Oh man, I think I've heard it one time in my life, maybe, but I don't want to butcher it, so I don't know an Armenian accent. I don't know one, not off the cuff, man. Dagnabbit, now I gotta Google the Armenians so I can find out what an Armenian accent is. My gosh. So today, I found some very, very interesting content on Twitter. I'm sorry. I found some X videos on Twitter that we're going to watch together, everybody. So grab your favorite beverage, if you will. Let's check some things out, man. You know, somebody that I've discovered on Amazon Prime, Darcy Ware, really cool, really smart dude, created a documentary about NASA hiding secrets about the UFO phenomenon called Fast Walkers. And dude is obviously a friggin' genius. What's up, Bryson? What up, YouTubers? Unsubscribe. Really, bro? Dang. It's like that, Bryson? You gonna tell everybody to unsubscribe? Dagnabbit. I thought you guys loved me. Let me go ahead and add some stuff to my screen here. Hold up. Yeah, we're going to talk about some anti-disclosure people in this whole field. We're going to talk about... I'm going to maximize this for now because there's a couple things I want to show everybody. Anti-disclosure people who claim to be for disclosure. Oh, I'm all for this. I want to know the truth. I'm a journalist. Except, here's all the reasons why you shouldn't believe the truth. Oh, what's up, Ravens Creek? Ravens Creek Charms? Oh, I'm all for the truth, except the truth that I wasn't told. Maybe karaoke. We're gonna see. We're gonna see. So let's check out some stuff. Because karaoke, maybe you've heard of some stuff, but there's a lot of people out there that have not. They don't follow UFO Twitter. I'm sorry, UFO X videos. They don't follow the category of UFO videos on X.com or whatever it's called now. So we got to inform these people because otherwise they're going to run around thinking that Make West is the greatest voice in ufology right now. And we know that he's not. I believe whatever I say and you're not an ally. Well, I guess we're going to find out who's a real ally. Now, Twitter will tell us the truth of all things. Yeah. Yes, we're going to learn the truth of all things. Yes. Yes, are you ready for the truth? Are you ready? It's good, yeah? Timothy McVeigh, what does it say? OMG, why did I agree to this interview? Don't ask me about the reptilians. OMG, please help. What? Oh, this is with Linda Moulton Howe. Do you guys remember when Linda Moulton Howe spoke to Christopher Mellon and asked him about reptilian aliens? I can imagine how embarrassing that moment was for him. He was like, whoa, lady, like, I'm not gonna, oh, let me shut this down. I'm not gonna be, well, this is my title and description dead generator right there.
Some of the documents that I have seen that have been released, and you don't know always where they come from, but they have details. And the documents over the 80 years, you can find threads that are the same over. Some of the documents that I have seen that have been released.
yo, what is that? Wow, that's weird. That's so weird. What is that? Why am I hearing like a repeat of my, hold on one second. That's why. That's so weird. That's so weird. What is that? I just realized an interesting truth. All right, let's hear that again. Not that. We watched Jeremy Corbell body that reporter yesterday. Now, again, I get it. Some of you have already seen these videos, but these aren't even the ones that I want to show you. Let me get straight to the, I want to wait till there's a couple more people on here before I show the good stuff. There's a really crazy video that I want to show everybody. That Darcy Ware made, and I think it's important to take a look at. What's up with George Knapp? What's going on?
We've heard hints from Marco Rubio that they've got something coming. He and Kirsten Gillibrand, they got a hearing coming of their own. Now, I don't know how soon that's going to be, but where they're going to drop some bombs with some additional witnesses. That's going to generate more media interest, more investigations on behalf of the public. And, you know, I think at some point, the White House is not going to be able to sit on the sidelines anymore. They're going to have to get involved, assuming the public and people like us help keep the pressure on that they need to dig into this.
Yeah, assuming the public does, but the problem with the public is the stream pauses and starts up. Yeah, the public, for example, is hopefully they're starting to become more and more aware of this topic, of this phenomena, of all the movement around the phenomena, and of course what we call confirmation, that some people would say is disclosure. It's important for that stuff to be put in the public eye. However, I get the distinct impression that it's not losing steam, okay? But it is becoming a part of just ambient conversation. You know, like when I hear some of these topics, I think it's the greatest thing in human history. People are like, yeah, aliens exist. Anyway, Friday night, you guys want to go out? Like, what?
So you're getting me fired up right now. So what you're talking about, I do have specific knowledge about, like, yeah, man, people are pushing, and you and I know that.
We've heard hints from
Yeah, people are pushing, and then people are pushing back. I'm going to try to get I'm going to pull up Discord on here, because I know Discord has a ton. You guys have a lot of conversation in Discord. So let's go ahead and just pull it up and then look at some of the stuff that's being talked about in the chat. Keep it PG-13 or else I will block the entire chat. Yeah, what is this from, though? Christ casting out the Legion of Devils. What is this from? This Illuminati. He's fighting against the Illuminati. Is that toilet paper? That's toilet paper. This is a pencil. Man, get that crap off my screen. Anyway. Man, get out of here with that BS. Alright, so probably want to watch Weaponized was okay last night. It was pretty good. I watched it in the middle of the night. Now check this out. Remember I told you guys about yesterday we went over the potentials for the phenomena in terms of what it might represent for what's all this stuff I heard yet again about 2027. Yeah, so Garioki, very good question. You want to find out? You want to know what that is? You want to know the truth? You can't handle the truth. You cannot handle the truth, Garioki. This morning, I saw you say that the government is trying to gin up fear with this phenomenon. The Armenian, I'm getting there. I got that saved for y'all. Don't you spoil it. Don't you spoil it, the Armenian. We're going to talk about that crazy alien invasion in Peru. But karaoke, you cannot handle the truth, okay? I know you can't handle the truth because I hear you in the Discord. Now let's go and let's find out what's going on. You ready for this, karaoke? Buckle up. Grab your blankie.
And there's a small remote chance that these things are not good. And maybe there is a plan for these things at some point to come in force in 50 years from now. And if the mere fact you have this conversation with the American people, what's going to happen? Well, the American people are going to start getting prepared. Well, you know, I can tell you in real life combat situations, when we send in long range surveillance LRS teams, you know, behind enemy lines, the moment the enemy finds out that we know, that they know we're there, the surprise element of surprise is over. And so ultimately, hypothetically, imagine a scenario where maybe we had 50 years to prepare for something, but now that the cat's out of the bag, that existential action will happen tomorrow. And by the way, we're not ready for it. We're not prepared for it. We don't have a countermeasure. We don't have a capability to counter this. And so
what about 2027?
From a very real perspective, a national security perspective, the mere fact that you are acknowledging the existence of something may predicate an action or an act that you're not prepared to have right now. And so I encourage you and your listeners to just for a moment, I'm not asking you to be a national security person, but I'm asking you to suspend your personal beliefs right now for just a moment and put yourself in somebody else's shoes who does feel that way, right? Now, what do? If the mere fact of talking about this could potentially cause a reaction that you're not ready for as a country, as a civilization, right? Maybe that's the reason why you decide to only brief certain presidents who have a...
what is this? Who is Lou? This is Lou Elizondo. Who is this guy? Former counterintelligence agent, worked for the UAP task force and OSAP and all those, you know, all those freaking names, those acronyms. What's up, Whiplash Gaming 23? My guy's in the chat right now. Gonna help me advance in Division 2 later on. Now listen, Elizondo has kind of left these little hints here and there throughout his interviews before he left the scene because people were being so ridiculously stupid about his presence. And let me tell you something. The fact Darren 1320. Let me just say this real quick. The fact that the UFO guy Corbell came out and said UFOs aren't real is huge. Huh? Who is that? Mistake or not, he shouldn't have said it. I don't understand what you mean by that, Darren. What do you mean? You mean that interview where he literally made a mistake? They say it's either a mass world event that will happen or government disclosure. I'm going to go with mass world event because that's exactly what John Ramirez said as well.
A background in intelligence. Maybe they were former directors of CIA, but the other presidents who are career politicians will be, you know, they're here today, gone in 4 years. Maybe you can't even risk telling them. And so maybe the reason why this has been kept secret so long is actually, in a weird sense, some sort of sense of patriotism by people. And you know, maybe that's how they justify it.
I mentioned this. Do you remember when I said that? Remember when I asked if Darren 1320, I better not ever make a mistake in your eyes, or else I'm screwed. You're gonna call me a disinfo agent. If I ever mess up and like word something the wrong way, or maybe I slip, maybe I'm tired because I do this for 4 to 8 hours a day. If I'm debating someone, 8 hours a day, and then I have conversations with other podcasters for 2 hours after these, and then I have to make these collaborations for 3 hours after that, and then I got to spend time with my family, and I got a baby running around, and got all these kids asking me questions, and then I come in here and I'm like, hey everybody, and then I say aliens aren't real. I'm like, oh, I mean aliens are real. Darren 1320 is gonna run me into the ground. But the rest of you know what I'm talking about. I'm tired, y'all. I make mistakes. I'm only a man.
And I'll leave that at that as a you know, just as a counterpoint of forcing people to think maybe a little bit non-traditionally. Now, do I think if that happened to ever be the case, that's a good explanation? No. I still think that we have to be honest with the American people. You know, it's like I've said this before, it's like going to the doctor. Just because I have cancer, you know, it's bad news. Don't keep that from me. I want to know because maybe there's a chance I can do something about it, right? And so, but do I understand that mentality? Sure. Nobody wants to give anybody bad news. Now, am I saying that's the case? No, I'm not. It's just you asked me one of the reasons why people would want to keep this secret. Well, that's a really damn good reason why people may want to keep this secret, because the mere fact of not keeping it secret could cause a reaction that you're not ready for yet. There's nothing you can do. You don't have a countermeasure. So again,
that is what the Pentagon thinks and the Department of Defense thinks. Do you understand? Why are they keeping it secret? This is why. Come on, Darren 1320. Give me some slack here, my brother. If you think if you think out of billions of stars and galaxies that we are the only intelligent life, you're deluded and sheltered. Whiplash Gaming 23. We already know there's aliens out there, fam. The crazy thing about this now is saying the UFO phenomena isn't real is not a mistake. He slipped up. Let me ask you something, Darren. Real question. If a man spends all of his time, let's say he spends 98% of his time, 99% of it, 99.9% of his time doing something, and then 0.01% he messes up and does something else, like completely opposite, do you judge that man for the 0.1 or 0.01% that he did wrong mistakenly, obviously mistakenly, or do you judge him based off of his entire efforts throughout his whole life, like entirely? Because right now, I get the impression that you are putting on Jeremy Corbell, though I've never heard him make a slip up like that before ever. He spends all of his time trying to like push for whistleblowers. He got the Bob Lazar situation he's talking about for years. He's working with George Knapp. He's talked to all these whistleblowers. He's out there. I mean, the whole thing. No, Darren 1320 in his defense is a believer. He's very skeptical of the people that are talking about this phenomena because we've been tricked before. We've been tricked so many. Listen, this is my responsibility is to try to bring clarity to these situations, but also be challenged. And Darren 1320 he definitely believes in the UFOs and aliens. The problem is that there are so many people that have lied, come on the scene, have twisted truths, have said that things are, have tried to misdirect the conversation towards a different narrative for the purpose of making money or whatever. We got Stephen Greer, Dr. Long Schlong who's out there slapping, Anyway, so yeah. There most certainly is life out there, but if you're saying you know for a fact they are here is deluded, honestly, man, if someone said a pink elephant landed and laid a gold egg, somebody has kidnapped Darren 1320 and replaced him with a clone. Darren, what's going on, man? What is going on? Darren, what's going on, man? You all right? Do you need a hug? What's happening to you, my brother? I care about you, man. I'm worried about you right now. Something's going on here, man. What's going on? Tell me the truth. Tell me the truth. What's up? This is my boy, Dirty Filth. Check him out. You can talk to us, brother. You can talk to us, man. What was said on that day in those hearings? This is to anyone who thinks that they're like disclosure. Oh, the hearings were trash. Let's see what it is. And a historian, a very well educated and learned historian has to say. UFO historian specifically has to say about the hearings.
Answering your questions here on Twitter. This is one, again, I don't have this person's name. I'm so sorry. Good question, though. Do you think the general public is going to realize the significance of today's hearing? Well, they wrote it when the hearing happened. To me, it's incredible that Koresh has repeatedly stated that we have NHI craft, reverse engineering, etc. Person adds, I'm wondering if it really is as incredible as I think, or am I overreacting? No, you're not overreacting. I have the exact same reaction. And not just me. A lot of folks who've had a lot of experience in the UFO, UAP field, I think, were quite impressed by the power of the testimony that came.
Hi, I'm a disinformation agent who doesn't want anyone to know the truth. There's aliens, the government's lying, they're keeping the secrets from you, there's alien bodies, there's alien spacecraft, they're trying to kill me. Hi, I'm a government. Really? We gotta, that doesn't really make a lot of sense, y'all. Whiplash Gaming says, explain this then, how did we get from the Great Depression to splitting the atom in less than 15 years? Then 15 years after that, we are in space. Then after that, we advanced technologically to the point we are now looking into AI, all in less than 50. 150. That actually is really. So Whiplash Gaming. Let me tell you the perspective of people who disagree with me. Okay, and there in 1320, my boy disagrees with me all the time, and it's a good thing, by the way. Let me just say this: I need. Ravens Creek Charm says on YouTube, part of researching involves the evolution of personal opinions. I research with an open mind so I can change opinions based on my discoveries. That's growth. If I need to be challenged, okay? And so when I have Darren 1320, for example, or Garioki telling me that I'm wrong or challenging my ideas, telling me that maybe I'm my perspective is skewed, I need that because it helps me clarify my perspective and it also solidify my argument. Finds holes in it if I have any. So let's check this out. I believe in science, right? I cannot fathom the level of advancement that we've made dramatically out of like seemingly nowhere. And then on top of that, we've had people like, for example, The Day After Roswell. That book talks about the fact that corporations were given alien technology to reverse engineer some of that technology to implement into civilization and human civilization. We know this. If you believe in any of whistleblowers or anybody that's ever come forward and talked about the phenomena and the hidden secrets and all that is probably true. That is probably true. Then you had Elizondo who suggested, maybe that some corporations were given advanced technology to get ahead, right? To get ahead of certain technological advancements. Well, isn't that unfair practices? Absolutely. There's a lot of things happening behind the scenes, guys. I think I'm going to be honest with you, Whiplash. I think honestly you're right. I think that we have been given alien tech and we've reverse engineered some of it and it's been used in our technology, which is why we're advanced so much. Now we're talking about AI, advanced forms of life. Listen, man. Of our artificial intelligent life. Yes, human beings are very, very, they're very good at discovering new technologies and coming up with we're ingenious, yes, but we definitely had some help, y'all.
Rush, yes. Also Fravor and Brian Graves. I think all three were very, very.
Everybody keeps telling me about Tesla, but like Tesla was still riding horse and buggy.
Forthright, very straightforward, and said some incredible things. Some people have written to me privately and said, "Look, they didn't say anything that you didn't already know, Richard. They didn't say anything that will break through." Yeah, sure, fine, okay, that's true. But you're saying it in Congress.
Garioki, all of these great technological advances were made in the military world first, of course. Garioki, what's up, Garioki? What's up, my boy? Who are the ones who had this technology, this alleged alien technology? The military. Who are the ones who have the advanced technology before everybody else does in the civilian world? The military. Coincidence? I think not. I don't think so. I don't think so at all. Darren 1320, how dare you tell me that I am absurd? I am completely sane right now. There's nothing absurd about me. I swear I'm okay, everybody. There's nothing wrong with me. It is not absurd. It is truth, my friend. Again, it is my theory. I can't. So just so you guys understand, this is just my theory. Am I right? I have no idea. Darren 1320, you believe in humanity? You believe in humanity? Bet. I like it. This is what I want to hear. Except we obviously had some help.
Never happened before.
The question, Darren 1320, to be fair, is to what extent did we have that help, right? How much help did human beings have? David Grush is about to drop that bomb on the world about that.
What was said on that day in those hearings was never, ever, ever said in Congress before. Not even close. There were hearings in Congress in 1968, but nothing as explosive as what happened at these hearings was said back then. So no, this was really very significant. So I think, yeah, and the other thing about Grush, I'm hearing people pushing back on him, saying that he doesn't have credibility. Why isn't he able to say what really is the case? Look, I I don't know David Grush personally. I know several people who have been very close to him. I have not heard the slightest hint that this man is anything other than someone of integrity.
I'm gonna go with Richard Olin. Clam Weaver, what's up, Clam Weaver? Welcome to the. I appreciate you being in the chat today. Humans are far better at improving than creating originality. Well, I mean, yes and no, right? Because human creativity is very good, but I guess with respect to like alien technology, from like horse and buggy, oh yes, here we are. Would you like a pot to piss in? To all of a sudden creating artificially intelligent, to Whiplash's point, to creating artificially intelligent freaking chat bots that I use to help create my descriptions. That's a pretty big. I talked to ChatGPT, right? Like, yo, you guys want to have a chat to ChatGPT? I just glitched out. Darren1320 thinks I'm a disinformation agent now. Dag nabbit. I'm just trying to do a good job here, y'all. I talk to ChatGPT and have conversations about the history of ufology, about science, about technology, about understanding the history of humanity, and try to bring things into perspective through a conversation with this thing. And it worked. Dude, guys, gals, ladies, gentlemen, demigods, non-binaries. It's real. That thing is real. How do we get that? Now, yes, humans are intelligent. I've met some very intelligent people who are complete idiots. Like, they can do the most complex mathematical formulas in moments, and then you have a conversation with them about everyday life, and they can't get it because they're socially inadept at being able to connect with people, real humans. Okay, what good is technical capabilities, technical understandings, and technical knowledge if you can't connect with your fellow human beings to make it applicable, to make some kind of a relevant technology for the betterment of humanity? What is your purpose? Sitting and doing math problems is very important. Not all of us can do that. Okay? We can't sit there and do math all day long. Not all of us can do that. Not all of us want to do that, I should say. But some people love it, and that's important. That is extremely important. But when you put all of your trust in the process of those, mathematicians and people who are trying to understand the technical side of life, and you forget about the fact that there are people who are trying to understand the nature of humanity, philosophers, right? Philosophers are probably one of the most important thinkers in the world. Philosophers and sociologists and psychologists, those people are important. How do you improve the quality of human life? Without technology, would we be okay? Without philosophical understandings of reality, would we be okay? We all know that, right? Human beings lack that introspection that we need to understand the nature of ourselves and reality. At large, okay? Yes, math does discover universal truths. Okay, Whiplash Gaming is about the Whiplash mod. Okay, you're right, but we gotta understand our place in this universe and why we're here and what we're doing here. What's our purpose for ourselves individually? Stop and think about what it means to be human. We're looking out there to figure that out, which is why the world is the way that it is today. Fun question for you: is math invented or discovered? I don't know. Both? I'm gonna go with both. I'm in your stream every day, bro. I love it. I love you too, bro. It's the best discussion debate stream I've ever come. I'm gonna cry. I want information and truth, but there are certain figures like Corbell that really make me question things. You know me, I always question the narrative, whether I'm right or wrong. And in this case, I hope I'm wrong. I hope we are being visited. That would be incredible, but I'm skeptical. Darren1320, first of all, I want to say, I love you, man. Thank you for that. And just to be clear, I have to be, so the one thing that I've learned from I've learned a lot from drunk physics, guys. It's just all them cheek clapping that drunk physics gave me. I've learned so much. Let me tell you something. The one thing I've learned is I got to be more clear with my language. I'm only presenting my personal theoretical understanding of these situations. To be totally honest, nobody knows if Jeremy Corbell is honest or not. But I speculate based off of what I see, the amalgamation of his presence in conversation, that he's telling the truth. You can have a different perspective, and this is me being honest right now. You can have a different perspective, and it be equally valid for you. But for me, I don't see that. I don't see it at all. Now, I joke a lot, and I'm facetious, and sometimes I say, this is stupid. Maybe I should stop doing that, because maybe it's not helpful to the conversation. Maybe that, I gotta change my language, because I do want to be, respectful to other people's perspective. I just gotta find better ways to joke about it. Calling somebody's idea stupid is that's not good. It's really not good. I'm just joking. I don't really actually mean that. We all feel that way about each other's ideas whenever they're wrong, when we think they're wrong anyway. We all think that. But to be fair, I just think that we all have different perspectives, and I think we should challenge each other, like Darren does, like Bryson does sometimes, like Karaoke does all the time. Platonic Zombie? Bro, without Platonic Zombie, I would just be out here just spouting off things that I believe without being challenged to the empty. Platonic Zombie and Drunk Physics and Karaoke are like the biggest challengers of this show, of this channel. Right here, they are the ones who push back the most on my channel. I need that. I thought I lost Platonic Zombie the other day.
And everything that he has said, frankly, corresponds with my own research. There's nothing that's an outlier there.
Okay, real quick. Richard Dolan says, everything that David Grush has said so far corresponds with my own research. This is why I believe in David Grush's testimony. Because what he says is exactly, it's relevant, and it kind of correlates to my research. And people that I respect their research, who've had much more knowledge and time to researching this topic than I have.
All basically makes sense to me. So I think he's telling the truth. I think there's a lot of people willing to support him. And what he said and what the other two said to Congress is absolutely unprecedented. So, no, you're right. This is very significant.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just think that we are uniquely different. So, let's hear it. Okay, you ready? Listen. John Greenwald. I have no dog in the fight between the it's glare versus it's not glare debate when it comes to the gimbal UAP video. But I am fascinated on how long this has gone on and how much time has been spent when there is much more to discuss in this debate. What does he mean by that? What more do you need to discuss in this debate? Mick West says, deniers of the gimbal is rotating glare hypothesis. I'm guessing he means to say gimbal is a rotating glare hypothesis. Have said that the pod must rotate smoothly because they think so. Then they realized that the engineer said it did not. So now they are showing a video of the pod rotating and simultaneously claiming it is not rotating. That is the biggest cluster F I could even imagine. By the way, Twitch chat, I want you all to know that I greatly appreciate that you're having a healthy discourse in the chat. I think that's fantastic. People are disagreeing, and you're still doing it respectfully, and I think that is awesome. Thank you for doing that. Please keep it that way. Please keep it that way. Hello, world. Hello, universe. Alien universe. Yeah, Twitch chat, please keep that up. I really appreciate the healthy discourse in the chat right now. Agreeing where there's agreement and disagreeing where there's disagreement and doing it respectfully is exactly what I want to see in the chat. I foster that in my community, and we need to do that for the community to grow healthily. No, yeah, this is great. It's done. You guys have done it organically. I don't even have to tell you. You've done it organically, so thank you. Science guy Louis Borges, what's up, my guy? Keeping it 100 all day. Louis, you want to join me? You want to join me, Louis? You can if you want to. So Mick West is doing this thing where he, again, this is the hyper focus and obfuscate, hyper focus and confuse, hyper focus and misdirect. It's all a ploy. He's smart, he's clever. But look. Here we go. I wanted you all to see this, okay? All right, bet. Are you on mobile or are you on PC? Hold on one second. Let me Yeah, but Platonic Zombie, there's a debate. There's a healthy debate going on over on the Twitch chat. What's up, Platonic Zombie? Hold on one second. Oh my gosh. Wow. Let's guest star. I'm gonna send you an invite on Twitch. All you got to do is just accept it, and then I'll bring you on. Hold on one second. Invite. Recent. Louis. Crap. Do you follow me, Louis? Hopefully you follow me, because if you do, then I can add you to this. Yeah, follow me. If you follow me on Twitch so that I can throw you in here. I think you... I don't know if you do. Oh, there you go. There you go. Oh, no, that's different. That's UAP Studies Podcast, not... Science Guy. Let's see. Look for the Science Guy. See if maybe that's it. If you follow me, then I can... Space Out Radio follows me. Cool. Okay, now you follow me. So let's close this out and let's try this again. Okay, now you're following me. Bet. Thanks for the follow, Science Guy. Now let's try to add you to the to this here. Recent followers. Come on. There we go. Okay, I send it to you. Link for the PC. Okay, so I just sent the request, so it should go right through. If not, we'll do Zoom or something like that. Platonic Zombie has something to say. Let the Twitch users know that math is a descriptive process, not a prescriptive one. Math is just another way we can express our filtered perspective on the world. That is way too complex for the average person to understand, because you're talking about several different philosophical implications, at least mathematically. You know, descriptive versus prescriptive they have very different implications when you're talking about viewing the world through the lens of math. I'll try to do so. I sent you a link, but you know what? I'll tell you what. We'll try to do this through Zoom then. We'll do the Zoom, maybe, or you know what? Let's do Facebook. Hold on, we'll do Facebook because I got you on Facebook. Hold on one second, everybody. I'm gonna add Louis to the chat, but through Facebook. Platonic Zombie, that was a very intelligent response. Huh? Of course I do. Of course. Oh my gosh. All right, I'm gonna get Louis on here. One sec. What? What do you mean? Why? Oh my gosh. Really? Oh, what the freak, man? Hold on. All right, I'm gonna do Zoom. Hold on. We'll get this. We'll do Zoom. Oh my gosh, my allergies are kicking my butt today. Well, that's because I don't have my thing turned on. All right, so I'm gonna invite him right now. Back. Zoom. All right. You on, brother? What's up, man? Now they can see you. Let me turn the music off. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay,
I'm looking at it on the live stream. I don't see.
I'm gonna add
window.
you. Yeah, I'm gonna add you right now. Hold on one second. I have to go here and boom. You're on, brother. They can see you now.
All right, sounds good.
So let's talk about this. So Mick West, first of all, what's up, man?
How you doing, buddy?
I'm good, man. Thanks for coming on. In case anybody doesn't know, this is Louis Borges of UAP Studies Podcast, of UAP Studies Podcast. Louis has moved on to doing, and to say this is weird, but bigger and better things. Whenever UAP Studies Podcast was such a freaking massive platform for him to be on, now he's going to be doing even bigger and better things. So, Louis, I appreciate you being here right now. It is freaking awesome to have you on.
Thanks, man. I always enjoy shooting the breeze with you and just, chatting about this phenomenon. It's fun, whether we're doing it for a show or for our own enjoyment, or it's like 9:50 in the morning where I am having a coffee. You're like, hey, want to hop on? Absolutely. So.
Yeah, and just so everybody knows, listen, I'm not saying this to brag. Louis is my friend, my mentor, literally my mentor. And the reason why I'm doing this in the first place, Louis, I tell this story all the time. When I first met Louis, I was a podcaster behind the mic trying to voice act once or twice a month. I was like, yeah, I'll just post out a video, once a month without my face. And this is going to be cool. It's going to be so awesome. And he was like, he brought me onto his show. He gave me the exposure. He gave me the opportunity to express myself on camera, which I was afraid to do. And I did it. And he's like, yeah, you need to get out. You need to get on camera. Get from out behind the mic. Get on camera. Get out of your comfort zone. And now I'm streaming 7 days a week, sometimes 2-3 times a day, because of this dude right here. Because I didn't want to come out on camera. I wanted to stay behind the camera and just do videos and voice act once or twice a month. So, I attribute all of that to Louis Borges, because it would not have happened if it wasn't for you, man. So.
Well, thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. I think it's human nature too, right? We want to stick with what we know.
Yeah.
Even though the universe is constantly changing, for some reason, we don't like change, and we want to just keep things status quo. And you never really see what extra talent you have if you don't develop that. But it is the uncomfortable path. The easy path is just stick what you know. It's safe, relatively predictable.
Yep.
When you get into fields of things that you don't know about, like even myself, right, doing content creation, I knew a little bit about videos and stuff like that, but learning how YouTube works versus Spotify, learning what, the viewer goes through, what makes them find your video, click your video, watch your video. And essentially you can't fake those stats. I mean, years ago, you could just put UFO 55 times in your description.
Wow.
YouTube's going to show everybody going, hey, it's about UFOs, but that's old school. It doesn't really work like that anymore. And people that still try to do that, they call it keyword stuffing, to try to sort of trick somebody to clicking it and have their video show up. But realistically, if you don't produce good content, people don't watch it. They're just going to log off and go somewhere else. And that generates a stat as well. So there really is no replacement for good content. But again, in the world of podcasting, anything you do yourself is something you don't have to pay somebody else to do. So you literally become a jack of all trades, right? You start learning how to edit audio and how to do videos and how to do graphics and improve your thumbnails. And that's over and above the job of podcasting, getting guests, booking guests, researching these people so that you do have something interesting to say. And then the rest is just, the kindness of people that really enjoyed it and kind of spread the word. And I don't really take credit. The show grew exponentially, but I don't think that's from me per se. I just think that that's putting the right thing in front of people already looking for it. Those people were already out there. We just had to appear and give them what they wanted, and be very clear about what our intentions are, right? Well, this was the type of show we did. This is our line of questioning. You know, we don't embarrass people. We don't ask them uncomfortable things. We're not shining a flashlight in Whitley Strieber's eyes saying, hey, man, you tell them the truth. Like, that's not. No, and I'm Canadian, right? My former partner's Canadian. Typically just very polite, amicable people, just want to get along, right? But I think the future is going to be interesting. I got some things in the works, and we're looking to hit the world a little harder next time, get a bigger audience.
Well, tell them who the kind of people, because this is, again, some people don't. This is a completely different audience. Some of them recognize you. They're saying it in the chat, but a lot of people might not. So tell them who are the kind of people that you've talked to throughout your time in UAP Studies podcast.
Well, we've done like all the big name ufologists, right? We did George Knapp, we did Jacques Vallée, we did Gary Nolan, Richard Dolan, Leslie Kane, Avi Loeb, Jim Semivan, John Ramirez. I mean, I'm sure I'm missing a bunch. And there's like I'm more proud almost of the few that we gave exposure to that nobody knew about. Brilliant people, well-spoken, on the right track, just didn't really have a platform to share that with anybody. And similar to yourself, right? If there's somebody that thinks right and has something of value to offer, we're never scared to put them on and give them our platform. A lot of the other shows, it's like, well, does this guy have his own podcast? I don't want him competing with our show. We didn't care about any of that stuff. Like, we've had so many, yourself, Roderick Martin, Jess Rogie, Chrissy Newton, all these people that have their own shows. We put them on our show just because they know what they're talking about. And we want to learn from them. Like, you've interviewed just as many cool people. What do you think about this now? You know, and for me, it was a passion project to try to fill in my own gaps about what the heck is actually going on with this, right? Like, I want to make shows and create content, but really it's a selfish thing. I want to know what the heck is going on. Like, is this real? Are we all crazy? Is this some kind of a mass psychosis? So it's been fun for me to learn from the people, and some of the most intelligent people I've spoken to are the most humble and just nice. So when you see a lot of these people in, UFO Twitter world, just being abrasive and confrontational, the real people that know the real goods aren't like that. So it's kind of suspect when you have people that are just looking for arguments, right? It's like, that's almost how they get their following. There's as many followers of people delivering new information as there is followers of people that want to debunk and trash what the others are saying, and I saw you were just showing a breakdown of the gimbal video. It's what is a spinning glare or a rotating glare? Come on.
Oh my gosh, it's so frustrating. So
like, you can literally invent new science to justify whatever stupid hypothesis you're trying to prove. Doesn't make it true, So there's a lot of that happening now because nobody knows. Therefore, we all have an equal say. And, somebody with no experience and no expertise can get on camera and say, oh, I think it's this. And you can't really say anything because even though you might have better information, we still don't have proof.
Still don't know.
And that's why they're pooping on Grush. Where's the bodies? Well, if he's following the rules, he cannot show you the bodies. And he never said he saw them himself. He just said, I will put the right people in front of you. You guys do your thing.
Yeah.
But a lot of people are getting it twisted. Even guys like, Seth Toshak, the guy from SETI, trying to say Grush is just making it up. It's all I mean, I get it. You spend your life work dealing with archaic radio waves. I mean, you got a better chance of finding a dinosaur in space than you do an alien on radio, right?
Wow. But yeah. That's funny.
I'm just saying, some of these people, it's their life work. They don't want to just admit that it could be something else and, make themselves obsolescent, right? So.
Yeah, there's actually something that you mentioned about I want to bring something up here just to see what your thoughts are on it, because it's honestly kind of sick what Mick West is doing recently. It really, really is, to be totally honest with you. Yeah. Mick West is right now doing this thing where he's trying to still to this day debunk the gimbal and go fast videos, and there are people that are running they're taking him to task. They're talking about the people that actually are engineers for this with this technology and know that it's not what he is claiming it is. And they're also mentioning the fact that some of the data is classified. The full video, that's not like the black and white video, that's actually full color, all that stuff is classified, and it's longer than that couple, that very short video that we've all seen. But I wanted to bring that up. I can't bring the actual imagery of it up, but I do have if we look at this x.com, oh my gosh, we'll take a look at what people are saying to Mickey here on his very own.
The thing I don't get with Mick West is, like, he made a video game like 10 years ago. Who are you other than that? Like
they call that
to debunk Jacques Vallée and Gary Nolan. You better have bigger stripes and stars than they do.
Yeah.
It's like me standing up and saying that Bob Lazar's an idiot. Well, who am I? Like, anybody can throw the stone, but it doesn't make it for an educated argument, right? And I don't have a problem with people who are skeptical or have a different opinion, but like, give me your fact set. This is why I think what I think, and here's why.
Yeah.
But I appreciate the fact that you may not think that way. And what do you got, right? Like, let me learn something. Teach me. I want to learn. Maybe I'm wrong. So I like having that type of debate. But when it becomes stone throwing and name calling, it's very juvenile and grade 3 all of a sudden, right?
Well, speaking of name calling, I gotta read this comment because I think it's hilarious. This is in response to his very uninformed take that people they're literally taking him to task on Twitter about. Somebody mentioned again, I'm not going to say who it is, but he says, Mick is to ufology what a condom is to procreation. And I know that's a very childish thing to say, but honestly, like, he's not being very fruitful to the conversation. The point is that he's not helping at all. All he's doing is trying to smear and muddy the whole conversation. We mentioned the fact that when he was younger, his fear of UFOs and aliens coming to invade Earth and it scared him, and that's why he said, "I set on a quest to essentially debunk the entire topic because he was so afraid as a child it traumatized him, and now he's fighting against his childhood trauma." It has nothing to do with fact or reality or proof or anything like that. It's all about fighting against a childhood trauma. And unfortunately, his voice, it used to be very prevalent in the UFO community as a measured voice when looking at data they didn't like. So, for example, I'm not going to mention names, but some people do not like Corbell, Elizondo, David Grush, and the whole cast of people that have been pushing since 2017 for disclosure. They don't like them. And so when Mick West debunks a video that they may have posted, or when they try to suggest that Elizondo, for example, is a traitor to the United States, or that he's committed treason, and stuff like that, they latch on to those kinds of arguments, and that's how Mick West became popular. Because people within ufology have been essentially anti-disclosure if it's not the kind of disclosure that they want. And that's what I've been attacking today. What I've been kind of targeting today are the people that are claiming to want disclosure, but are literally suggesting that recently David Grush has been suggested to be sharing secrets, classified secrets, to Jeremy Corbell. And they're trying to build a case against David Grush and Jeremy Corbell because they don't like them. And they're trying to build a case of treason, of leaking classified information against David Grush. Now, it sounds like a disinformation campaign and an attack on David Grush, but organically. Like, the DOD didn't even have to do this. They just let the UFO community eat themselves alive.
Yeah, it's again too. It was a bit of a smoking gun, right? When Grush was talking about certain classified things he was aware of. You got George Knapp in the background and Jeremy nodding their head. It's like they already know this information.
I know.
Clearly, they've spoken.
Well, they were a part of a skiff. They said.
But
they
look,
were a part of
look
a
at how
skiff.
many intelligence people are on Signal, sending encrypted messages that get deleted forever once they go. These guys are already sharing information. Technically, they're all breaching national security or their non-disclosures.
I'm not saying I'm not saying that there are any people that do that for me, but don't out them. Just in case there are anybody who don't out them, bro. Come on.
That's all right, buddy. It's, you know what? These people, there's a split faction even within the government. There is not one singular force saying we're keeping this from the people or we're giving it to the people. And I can see people that maybe before would have kept quiet, but they're on the side of it's time, let's get it over with. I could see them maybe, taking this folder that they wouldn't and putting it on somebody's desk. I had nothing to do with it. Don't mention me.
Yeah.
But I'm willing to help. And I think there's a lot more of that now than there was before.
Yeah.
I think the people going to guys like Grush, they're not willing to speak themselves because they're still in those positions. I mean, let's be honest. The government doesn't change every time there's a new president or prime minister or whatever country you're in. Some of these people have 30-year careers, and you don't want your national security secrets going in and out like a revolving door with people. So there is a cap on this, but I mean, we tend to think as the government as this well-organized collective.
Yeah.
If they want to keep it a secret, they will. The government is a mess. City council can't even vote on where to build roads and where to plant flowers. Do you think a government comprised of thousands of people are all of a sudden all on the same page?
No.
They can't agree politically, religious, nothing. But all of a sudden on this, they're super together. I don't buy it. I still think it's a split faction, just like it is in the UFO community, just like it is everywhere else in the world. It's a microcosm of humanity as a whole. There are those that believe blindly. There's those that don't believe even when they're shown. And then everybody else is somewhere on the spectrum. And I think that exists even in the levels of government. They're still humans.
Yeah, I agree. And I will say, yeah, Whiplash Gaming, you're crazy, dude. I agree with you. He said something really bro, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Oh my gosh. This dude is wild. He's essentially talking about Marines finding a way to procreate to bang with aliens. Dude, come on, man. Anyway,
I'd be more worried about them trying to procreate with us.
That's the problem.
You're not doing the doing. You're being done.
Yeah, you're being, and sometimes they're doing it wrong. Like that's not the right hole, fam.
Yeah. So it might work on your planet, but that doesn't work so good
not here, man. So you know, yeah, I will say there are some people in the field who've like small time creators, like myself, for example, or other people who may have been given information from people who are in a position to know classified information or whatever, and they've been releasing certain aspects of that classified information by finding public information that has been confirmed by these sources to be true, and then focusing on and highlighting those things for people to pay attention to for when they come out to be true. Because what happens is, you know, you got to be careful with that, by the way. You don't know if you're being used or misled until you know. But whenever somebody gives you, you know, authentic information, for example, that's in the public sphere to focus on, and it turns out to be true, well, that's when things get interesting, because you got to ask yourself, what else could be true? I mean, recently I just told you that I think I sent you a video of somebody that I'm in contact with now who's said that they were, and this is again grapevine, I fully admit this. He says he's in contact with a first-hand witness of information that the U.S. Navy is involved with, is aware of a hamburger-shaped UAP under the ocean that is creating like drone-like UAP that are doing different things. They have different purposes. Some for abduction, some for resource collection, things like that. And that they incinerated an entire nuclear asset, nuclear submarine that got too close to this object. They were just gone. One moment they were on comms, next moment they were gone. Everything was gone. The ship was gone. The people were gone in an instant. And so they know not to go to a certain area in our ocean because this UAP is there. And so this information is kind of what I think about when I wonder, what does this phenomena represent to humanity, and what is in store? Doesn't mean they're hostile or violent, because that could be a defense mechanism. You get too close, you're going to get burned. They didn't go out looking for Navy submarines to blow up. The Navy submarine came too close to them, and they got incinerated. But it does make you wonder, what the heck are they doing in our oceans? What are they doing?
Yeah, I mean, the oceans are less explored than outer space, right? I mean, we know more about the surface of the moon than we do about anything 1,000 feet or more below, right? In the depths, I think, and the proximity of craft and water. In fact, I'm just doing research for a film that's coming out later this year about USOs, and I took sort of the Canadian research end of it and said, okay, let's see what I can find. And God bless the Canadian government. They don't classify any of that stuff. Like, you try doing UFO research in the States, you come up with the usual dead ends.
Yeah.
You have the well-known stories that are like legendary at this point. But to get actual documents that aren't redacted, aren't blacked out, and I researched for a couple weeks, I found over 600 UFO cases in Canada dating from like the 60s to 2022. We're talking the Royal Canadian Mounted Police form, like the actual report, NAVCAN, there's some NORAD reports. And like, for a country with 35 or 39 million people compared to a population of 300 and some million people, the amount of reports that are here tells me there is just a gargantuan number that has to be in the States and everywhere else, just because the number of people observing.
Yeah.
I don't want to say the phenomenon happens more. I just think there's more people there to physically see it. And I mean, most of the Canadian population lives within 100 kilometers of the U.S. border. Up north, it's like Arctic, right? It's pretty remote. There's nobody there to see these things. But just reading some of these stories of what they've done pilots taking evasive maneuver, where even the cabin crew got injured because the pilot had to take a quick nosedive to get out of the way of a flying Volkswagen. You know, like these are commercial pilots, military pilots, as well as civilians, and just the vast number of it. And many of them pertain to water. It's difficult because the term USO, underwater submerged object, or unidentified submerged object, it's a term we use in the ufology field, but police and government and military agencies don't use that. So I had to use special like keyword searching to scan this database of documents and use things like the words like sea or bay or lake or river or, you know, proximity, because proximity being close to. So I didn't really want to find the UFO
report. You still have to be
report.
clever, though. You still have to be clever about it, which is, I mean,
That's right.
Not necessarily deceptive, but it really sucks because the necessity for cleverness is the problem too. It's still a way to hide truths if you don't know exactly what you're looking for. It's like when you're talking to a girlfriend and she's like, and you say, "Did you cheat on me?" And she doesn't believe in her head she did, so she says no, and then you have to find a way to cleverly. I know guys, trust me, I know guys who said, "Man, if I didn't say the exact thing that she did, she'd deny it up until the day she dies." And I'm saying this just as a personal anecdotal situation here, but when it comes to this phenomena and looking for classified documents, John Greenwald even said this: you need to know what you're looking for before you can find it. Well, that's kind of a way to obfuscate or trick or hide the truth. You know, that's really a really big way to hide the truth, is by making it so difficult to find the truth unless you absolutely know. And if you don't know, how the heck can you find it?
Yeah. Yeah, and there's even like FBI databases where they've literally done like a 50 gigabyte drop.
Yeah.
There's 50,000 documents. In there will be some goods, but you need to have a month spare time and know how to go through this stuff.
Yeah.
Know what acronyms mean, because they're not writing it in such a term that they expect the public is ever going to decipher it. It's almost like those are written knowing full well that one day this could be freedom of information requested.
Right.
Let's make it as encrypted and coded as we possibly can.
Yeah.
And then they just black them out if they can't, right?
And this isn't even including the fact that there are I mean, the pilots claim that they were deleting information.
Yeah.
They were deleting data because they didn't want to have to be briefed for 8 hours or so, which is essentially interrogation, which is what's been said by
Yeah, what is more scary? The fact that we may not be alone, or that our pilots are so scared to tell anybody, they're just deleting credible data.
Yeah.
What if it's not a UAP? What if it is one of our adversaries?
Yeah.
And that could have been a glimpse of some spy tech that we need to know about. That will never happen. You know, like that. I don't want to say treason, but you're taking something that is not your business to just delete it. Like, no. I think there should be consequences for that. I understand they feel justified in doing it because it's their career and everything else. This is bigger than one person's career. If it is national security, we all have a right to know. If it is a sovereignty issue that we may not be alone, we all have a right to know. Nobody deserves to be the key holder of this info. Well, so I think that in itself is a big problem, and I think that that's just the tip of it. If guys are willing to go in front of Congress and saying, yeah, I've heard there's some pilots deleting, it means there's tons of it going on. It's prolific to the point where that's probably not the first person saying that. So those guys making that statement, I think it was Ryan Graves, he's safe in saying it because he could probably find you a list of other people that said exactly the same thing.
Yeah, you know, there's another issue that we have with that, and that is that, you know, on top the problem with when people do come forward with what they believe is classified information to the correct people, those looking from the outside in are worried about are wanting to be privy to that classified information in the public sphere. I think that's another. These layers of, I don't know, these obstacles that we keep facing throughout this whole conversation, they layer themselves. They layer themselves because on top of the deleting of evidence, the whistleblowers that are being harassed by the government, the disinformation that's being put out into the UFO community, and then you got on top of that the fact that there's so much information that cannot be revealed to the public sphere. That all those different layers are obstacles against disclosure. And again, as I said before, it organically fights against disclosure, and I think that the people that are behind this know. But I wanted to mention something else that's a problem that Lou Elizondo mentioned, and I talked about yesterday. You know, there are some people in the Pentagon who believe, in the DoD, the Department of Defense, who believe that this phenomena is demonic, right? And I spent a whole 4 hours going over why some of those people believe that, or potentially why. We looked at a doctor, I can't remember his name at the moment, but this doctor who was he was in contact with some of these Pentagon officials and is going to release some information about them, who wanted him to tell the people about this in a roundabout way, of course, because they can't directly release information explicitly, that they believe it's demonic. One of the reasons is because they've used literal satanic ritual to summon and contact some of these beings in the government. They did psychic phenomena. This isn't satanic, by the way. They did psychic phenomena, remote viewing, all these different things to contact these beings and get information and technology from them. But they also did some very strange things by using Aleister Crowley and some other occult figures to contact this phenomena. Pulling Nazis over who were involved in ex-Nazis who were involved with Nazi Germany in doing occult-like practices. And so they've come up with this idea through their research with this phenomena, their actual contact and with this phenomena, that it's demonic. And their fear is that by releasing the information to the public, they'll unleash the devil on the world. This is wild stuff. This is wild, crazy stuff. And I know this is all wild, but why does the Pentagon believe that? Is what I asked. Well, Elizondo gave an example just before you came on, that by releasing this information to the public, it could predicate an action by the phenomena that we're not ready for. That if they're preparing for something in 50 years, they may preemptively jump tomorrow into the action right now because we know that we're aware of their intentions. If they know we're aware of their intentions, we're screwed. Again, if you couple that with what has been said in these briefings, these public hearings, again, I can't. Right now, I'm just off the cuff. But there was a gentleman who said, they know what we're doing, we know what they're doing, they know that we know what they're doing, but the American people have no idea what's going on, and it's a concern according to the Department of Defense and the Pentagon, because essentially they're building up to something we just don't know what it is, but it looks concerning. What are your thoughts on the possibility and the idea that the Pentagon, the DoD, may be keeping this information from us literally for our own safety, for the safety of the world, potentially?
That's possible. And even chatting with some people from the Navy and stuff, they're a little choked because they're saying the Air Force and the Pentagon know, and they're stymieing us. We are submitting information. Like the Navy has given us all of those videos, right? The gimbal, the go fast. None of that is Air Force, right?
No.
It's just the story of Ryan Gray. But again, these are Navy pilots, right? I think the only Air Force guy I spoke to was Kevin Randall from back in the day. And he even talked about the fact that they will never give it. That's just the Air Force's protocol. Somehow or other, somebody has decided they should take the lead on this. And even Congress going to the Pentagon and being stymied, right? And I think it was Tim Burchett that said, we need to remind the Pentagon that they work for us, not the other way around, Yeah. So again, that kind of goes back to what I was saying about the internal fighting that I think is happening in the community as well as in the Pentagon. But to your point on demonic, I think it's what you consider to be demonic or not. So me personally, I believe people that do CE5, now they're using positive messages, positive intentions, and most of the people report they have a positive experience. Now, other people will say, don't mess with that stuff. You should not go there. Don't invite anything from the paranormal world into your life, right? But whether you're using a Ouija board, whether it's a seance, whether it's a demonic, Vril society type thing like from Hitler's era. Yeah. I think the energy you put into reaching out will dictate what you get back. So if you're under the cloak and guise of darkness and you're trying to reach out to entities, you're going to find the dark entities. You're speaking their language. Whereas people that are looking for sort of sentience or, advice on life, people that are looking for Kundalini experiences or enlightenment or how do I become a better helper of the universe? People that go at it with that intention will get what they get. And I think that's why so many people that are into paranormal and ghost hunting, they get what they're looking for. And so many people that are into CE5 looking for the possibility of friendly entities, they also get what they're looking for. I don't think this is one specific group. This is just a realm where everything is there, good and bad, just like our own realm.
Yeah.
I think the more we try to think that this is all different, it still has to go within nature, within creation, within physics, right? So if we're a little microcosm of sometimes there's good, sometimes there's bad, sometimes things don't get along, there's agendas, there's opinion. Well, why would that be any different on higher levels of that food chain, right? Maybe they're a little more advanced, maybe they don't blow themselves up, but it doesn't mean they're any less nefarious or any less dedicated on helping. Or, you know, maybe there is some federation that is battling itself to protect little rare gems like planet Earth because they are so rare. I don't want to say we're the only one. I think mathematically that would be almost more impossible than anything. But these are, you know, from what we know, at least we know that this is a rarity. Even in our galaxy, yeah, there's many exoplanets, but our immediate solar system, what do we got? 8 planets and only one that's in the Goldilocks zone, could harbor life. Maybe other planets in the past were a little different. Maybe our planet will become inhospitable, just like the others have. Maybe this is a big cycle.
Yeah,
you know?
Mars, for example.
But I wouldn't be surprised if it is more like us than we think, both on the side of good, bad, what's possible. And the list of things that are not possible, I think, is very short, you know. And if they are that advanced, maybe they're controlling this disclosure, to your point, that they don't want it getting out. People have said that, you know, that they're controlling figures of state and religion because they don't want people to find out. But there's millions of us now that no one believes. So if that has been the plan, it hasn't worked very well.
They failed.
I mean, I think the majority still don't. So I think numbers are on their side. But I don't think it's like, if, you know, whether we wake up or not, it's not going to really change what they can do to us. If you send a cow to a slaughterhouse, whether the cow realizes at the last second he's about to get killed, makes no difference to his ultimate demise. He's going.
That's actually a freaking excellent point. You know, I've been thinking about this too lately. Like the idea that if we find out, if the world finds out about them, right, that they'll jump and act. We don't need. The world found out about them, and we just went about our day. The next day, it was, okay, I'm gonna play some video games. I'm gonna watch some TV with my family. I'm gonna go to the football game. I gotta go to work today. Nothing changed. Nothing changed. Nothing. There's nothing except for the conversation in the public. Now people are talking about it, but in terms, the consciousness has changed. But there's no real change in the world. We didn't unite as a civilization. We didn't unify all the different nations. Nothing changed. Nothing at all. Thanks, Grant, my boy. And so I think you're right. I think that there isn't going to, just like if there is anything, good or bad, irrelevant. Good or bad is irrelevant because whatever's going to happen is going to happen no matter what. And there's nothing that's going to change it, even if we do know. And even though we do know, we haven't changed. You know, so yeah. So
nothing happened after the 2017 New York Times article.
Nothing.
That should have changed the world. New York Times, front page. UFOs are real. Here's just one example of them. Nothing changed.
Nothing.
So it's either the unwillingness of people to accept that because of all the questions they now have to ask. They would just choose to be blind, or we just don't. I don't know what it is. I mean, I'm a believer. So for me, I'm going like, this is crazy. How could everybody else not be on the same wagon? But I can understand people are busy and distracted and stressed out, and whether that's intentional or not, there's just not a lot of room. Nobody's really working on their own self-development and their own spiritual awakening when they got 4 kids, they can't make rent, they, job insecurity, the price of food and living and fuel and everything's going up. Who has time and space to say, I want to really give some deep thought on the fact that aliens might be here? Like, I'm sure it would be there if something forced their attention to it, but I just think we're just blindly naive. Yeah, we're happy. Different. We're blissfully ignorant. I don't really think that's going to change.
I mean, they've overstimulated us with so much entertainment and everything else that we don't, nobody really cares. I mean, I'm going crazy. I'm sitting there trying to hold back my excitement every day with every conversation to not be like, listen, man, the aliens are here. I've been telling you. But because I don't want to seem crazy, even though, kind of am right here. But yeah, I think to your point, there's not going to be any change. They should just come out and tell us. So Platonic Zombie saying in the chat, a YouTube chat, he's like, do they think that for sure about the aliens being maybe demons or whatever? Who cares? The public needs to know. The public should have. Because yes, I agree. We should, at this point, I was kind of thinking, maybe we should know, maybe there will be unrest. I don't believe that at all. I don't think there will be any civil unrest. If they come out, if the president says, by the way, there's aliens, they're going to eat us all in 3 years, and there's nothing we can do about it, people are going to be like, all right, well, I got to go to work tomorrow. They're not, I guess the president said the aliens are going to eat us in 3 years. No one's going to care. They just do it. Just do it at this point. Get it over with. Let us go back to our lives and watch the world not change. It's not going to change anything.
Well, what about the idea that we are actually more powerful than we think? So now you have an untrained population of people messing with things like seances and Ouija
Oh man,
boards and
yeah,
all
yeah, yeah.
that,
Oh man,
and it can
that's a whole
affect
nother.
results.
Yeah.
So now you tell an untrained population of people, hey, did you know you have this weapon that you don't even know what the hell you're doing with it? Feel free to just go ahead and play with that. Maybe these things are formless, looking for weak souls like our own
Yeah.
to embody and to kind of they can't exist unless they have some type of a form. I don't know. This is just crazy thinking.
Yeah.
But if these things really are looking for a way to get in, literally get into human psyche, emotion, bodies, whatever, we don't need the uninitiated playing with that, because now that's a big problem. You have all these people saying, well, let's just start our own. It'd be like CE5 groups, but on the other end. And they already do exist, but it's only from those who are like really, really into the subject, guys
Yeah.
that are hard. Even with
Yeah.
ufology, right? Like the only people really clamoring are the ones that are into it every day, reading the articles. The general public is not.
No.
So maybe we are actually more powerful than we think. And either A, the sentience outside of here doesn't want us realizing that because we wake up, their game's over, or B, you know, we could give them exactly what they want because we don't really know how to use our power.
That's so interesting.
It's like giving a gun to
yeah.
a baby, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that is a whole nother point that I've considered it. There's a big problem with that. Not it's in a retort, but I mean, if there are people, like there are a lot of, for example, Satan worshipers and occultists and different religious like movements like that are cults. They're literal cults. If they realize that they can contact these beings through meditation, through CE5 or CE6 or channeling or whatever, and they can give themselves and their souls to that phenomenon for personal gain or whatever, for an exchange, right? But all they're really doing is they're inviting these disembodied beings into our world even more so than they are today, which I think they are here, in some with biologically and otherwise. Then, yeah, that would probably be what would be the that would be the change that the government is afraid of. Not necessarily that they're afraid that people are going to be like, oh my gosh, aliens are here, but more so like, oh really? These cults are now going to start trying to literally by volition contact these beings and be in communion with them. And now the world's going to be full of, you talk about plagues. What about a spiritual plague? What about a psychological or consciousness plague?
Hitchhiker effect on the entire planet.
Yeah. And then
here's the thing, though. When you say cult or performing occult rituals, immediately comes to mind, you know, hooded, cloaked figures in a circle around a pentagram with, you know, torches and all that stuff. That's what we think of for cult and these type of rituals.
Yeah.
But what about guys like Tom Cruise? Or Hal Puthoff.
Yeah.
They're part of a cult, too, that also believes you can seance with aliens. It's called Scientology, and they've been doing it since the 60s or the 70s, right? So it may not be the package we are expecting, but I would argue that there are many cults with people that know darn well you can liaison and communicate with these things. And we don't look at them as the black hooded, cloaked,
even worse,
dark, cavernous figures. These are celebrities and people we've paid hundreds of millions of dollars to, and yet they are part of the exact same darkness, right? So we need to be careful with who we think our friends are, or which cults are the good cults and which cults are the bad cults.
Yeah. That brings up something that literally I just sparked my my mind here. Think about this, right? There's a massive amount of people in the UFO community who would be happy to give themselves as like to these beings. There are people that in the UFO community that believe that they're our space brothers. They believe that they are here to help us, to push us to a new level of evolution, all of which may be true in different respects. But again, there are a lot of people who are willing to go through these, if you will, there is a connection between ritualistic practices, occult practices, and the UFO abduction phenomena. There's a really rich history on that. We go over a little bit here and there on the show, but how many people do you think would be willing to, for example, oh yeah, take me, abduct me, right? I will willingly go with you because I believe you're my space brother, and now you've got literal human beings that are sacrificing themselves, not through death or anything. I'm not talking about like to die, but I mean to give themselves as like as a gift, so to speak, for communicating with and being in physical, real contact with them for their purposes. where they use them as an ambassador between them and us to preach their gospel, so to speak. Now you've got everything from alien gods, like literal alien gods, and to whatever else you can imagine. That's terrifying to me. That's really terrifying to me.
That's almost like a hybrid without all the complications of genetics and gestation periods and test tubes. Just take over their mind. You're effectively a hybrid.
Yeah.
You have human physiology, but non-human thoughts. That is a hybrid. You know?
Man. Oh, man. There's
So,
a lot
I mean,
of this.
there's a lot. But to your point of how many people would give themselves willingly, I think the number in our UFO community is massive. I see these posts on Facebook. It's a picture of a scary looking alien, and it says, this guy shows up at your doorstep and says, come with me. What do? You look at everybody's comments. They go willingly.
Yeah, it's like, what?
Gotta be better than it is here. Like, people are all dealing with a mild, in the least mild case, a little bit of depression, a little bit of anxiety.
That's what oh my gosh.
People need a bit of an escape, right? And right now they're being tested and pushed, and anything that seems like it could be a glimpse of something better, we're willing to entertain. Even if it's as ridiculous as giving your soul to a non-human intelligence.
Yeah.
A lot of people's answers are, yeah, take me with you. I'm going. Can I drive? You know, that kind of thing.
Can I drive?
So, I think that goes back to what we were saying earlier. If you enlighten people to the fact that they have this ability, if anybody's a little bit unstable or just fed up with this planet, why commit suicide? Maybe you can do something there in hopes that you'll be saved from who knows what. But the problem is when you go making noise in the woods, you don't know what's going to respond, right?
That's
and
the
we think we know. It's very good at fooling us. There's a definite trickster element to this. False memories, screen memories. People have been hypnotized and they thought they saw a bear in the woods, and then they go into their regressions and it's like, that wasn't a bear, that was a friggin' cryptid of some sort, or it was an alien or something that looks like that, right? Who knows what it actually was. So our brain is very good at hiding things from us just to keep the program going. Keep it simple. If you can't make sense of it, you file it away, because its survival is the most important. Always keep that fight or flight going. So our physiology and our evolution as animals into more sentient animals, we still have a lot of baggage of the animal carcass that is kind of limiting what that brain and that psyche wants to do, right? So we're like at the midway point, I would say, from primitive to somewhat civilized. Where we've realized we're civilized, we know how to use the gun, we're using it on everybody right now. No, it's like if you give a kid, I have a 2-year-old, and you do as well, so you know how they are. I was watering flowers outside. She wants to hold the garden hose. Bad idea. You give a 2-year-old a hose, I'm wearing it instantly, and it's my own fault. You know what I mean? So it's the same thing.
Well, I mean, Whiplash Gaming, we were playing the Division 2 last night, and he was like, yeah, man, I want to, take me with you, right? If the aliens are here, take me with you kind of thing. And because this sport sucks, and he's going through a rough time right now. Just to your point, and I think it's so interesting you say that, because I literally have been trying to kind of like, hey, listen, consider this too. They're in 1320 is not with it, neither is Platonic Zombie. They're the kind of, they kind of feel like there is a misrepresentation of what this phenomenon represents. But the problem is that is about balance, right? Most of the UFO community, just so you guys understand, they're not with me here. They're not like, hey guys, be concerned, there's something that's not right here. They're like, oh, don't worry about it. If they wanted to destroy us, they could have already. Oh, it's all about spiritual evolution. You get what you get. If you put don't this fear mongering. Oh, you're just fear mongering for the government. That's what the most of the UFO community believes. So when you want to talk about, I am on the fringe of the UFO community, just so that I keep telling people, they don't understand. There is a concern. The idea in my mind that let's say there's a serial killer on our planet. Do we go and say, oh, don't pin the serial killer as a bad person, because hey, everybody does bad things sometimes?
Let's hear him out.
Let's just hear what he had. Let's just hang out with him. Maybe you just think because he chops a few people up you don't know if he's just trying to eat. You don't know if he
doesn't make you a bad guy.
Doesn't make you. What about a serial R word? I can't use the word, but assaulter. Oh, everybody does it. Not everybody does these things, guys. And so, but the people that do, we call them evil. We put them in jail. We separate them from society. But when aliens do it, where they pick up a 12, 13-year-old little girl and they get her pregnant and take her baby after the first trimester and leave her with nothing but trauma and PTSD, we say, oh, we just don't understand their intentions. I don't care what your intentions are. If anybody in the chat has a 13-year-old daughter, the last thing you want is for anybody or anything to assault her, get her pregnant, and take her baby and leave her with trauma and PTSD. I don't care who you are, unless you're like, you know what, I sacrificed my daughter to the alien brotherhood of Galactic Federation of Zeta Reticulans so that she can get pregnant and they can take her baby. You don't know what they're... That's my frustration, is with that type of thinking. And my concern, because if any of this is true, if any of this is remotely true, which, by the way, I think it's all a part of the phenomenon, then there is a large portion of the UFO community that will be okay with it. They would be against, who knows, they might take up pitchforks and fight against me. Like, he's a heretic. He's a witch. You know, the Salem witch trials. The guys that worry about these things, doing these things, they could throw a Salem witch trial type of activity against people like me. The people that are trying to warn them against the potential, dangers of contact with this phenomena because of the nature of contact. I think we need to be more, more measured in our perspective about what's actually happening versus what we hope is happening or what we wish is happening with this phenomena. Everybody would like for it to be good. Everybody would like for it to be positive. Everyone would like for them to be our friends. But unfortunately, that is not what the whole phenomena is appearing to be to us. So I just want to give like the kind of the different perspectives. In contrast to the UFO
it's not a popular opinion even within our own UFO world, right? A lot of even the content creators are like, they're all our brothers. The only argument that they're friendly is they haven't destroyed us yet. Well, maybe that's not the end game. Maybe this has to do with the afterlife. Maybe this has to do with the inability to reincarnate to a higher level. I don't know. I'm halfway in and halfway out on the whole reincarnation thing, only because we don't know. So you can't fully rule anything out, and you cannot say anything is for certain. And in 2001, I was a big fan of Stephen Greer. I thought what he did with the press club was great.
Same.
But then you start making conclusive statements like they're all friendly. I'm sorry. I no longer can respect you because you don't know. And if you're trying to convince the planet that you're something special, I have a problem with that.
Yeah.
It's all these people out there going, just trust me, bro. I got this. Like, run. You need to be very leery of those people. Anybody who doesn't say, and again, there's a lot of people I did respect in this field. We'll give you an example. Stephen Bassett. Always been pushing for disclosure. But as of late, it's almost like he wants to make his entire book of work mean something. So now it's like, they're definitely aliens from other planets, not interdimensional, nothing but
that's bothersome.
Physical nuts and bolts craft. It's like, come on, man. You spent 30 years studying this, and that's where you're going to stick the round peg in the square hole? Like,
that's what
it's disappointing. You have a bigger brain than that. Use your faculties. But I think this topic as well can cause people to slowly lose their friggin' mind. I know some people that were very well-spoken, very level-headed, very cordial. They fly off the handle now and make idiots of themselves in a public setting. It's like, dude, you need to tone this down a bit. You are literally losing it because you're letting everything into your mind and you're ruminating on this stuff too long. You need to still remain grounded. And whether you're a spiritual person or not, myself, I am, I still take comfort in whatever created or whatever consciousness or intention created this is still in charge. Even if there are non-human intelligences, even if there are nefarious things, just like on planet Earth. I don't have an answer for why bad things happen to good people, but they happen. But also a lot of good things happen to good people. And I believe you can manifest a lot of good in your life.
I do too. Yeah.
You can't remove the power of creation in this whole thing. However sentient or however high these levels are, I don't believe they are source.
No,
so there's still rules.
That's another point. There's a whole other aspect to this phenomenon that we haven't even discussed, and I don't talk about a lot. Is that there is an intelligence, a supreme intelligence. I believe there is a supreme intelligence. Now, Darren 1320, I'm going to give you a little pushback because I love you, brother. But you can't. This is another thing you got to understand, Darren. This is concerning. What you're saying is actually concerning because it's akin. And I'm not saying you're in a cult because I don't think you're in a cult. But that's the kind of thing that people say when they're in a cult. Everything bad that ever is said about the phenomena, it's got to be fake. Everything good, it's got to be real. And then that's where we separate. Like, if it's benign or good, it's the phenomena. If it's bad, it's the government. It's my labs. That's the danger, man. That's dangerous. I mean, Richard Dolan even said himself, that's dangerous. When you just think that, Richard Dolan, Stephen Greer does this whole thing where it's like all aliens are all good, they're all benevolent, all of them. They're all benevolent. There are no bad. He says this explicitly. There are no bad aliens. Well, how can you know this? Yeah. How can you know this? And that's where the danger comes into play, is when you're in this cult and you're like, oh no, all good things come from my gods, the aliens. All bad things come from people. Human beings are doing all the bad stuff. What about several thousand years ago where they said the gods destroyed certain cities and destroyed entire civilizations of people and required sacrifices, human sacrifices of children, of little kids? What about those gods? What about the gods that said that we're nothing but slaves? What about the Anunnaki, the gods from the heavens that said that we're nothing but slaves and they created us and that we're essentially just we're their helpmeet? I mean, there aren't the gods, if you will, I'm calling the aliens in this case akin to the gods. They haven't always been kind to us. And there have been allegedly wars. There have been ones that have been claimed to want to help us, and there have been ones that want to destroy us throughout all different cultures and civilizations. So to believe in your mind that anything bad is human, well, they were doing this stuff thousands of years ago too. So that's kind of a moot point. It doesn't make sense, and it's not based off of fact and reality. It's based off of what you want to believe. That's dangerous, my boy. And I'm just looking out for you, because when they come, they're gonna come for you. All right, they're gonna come for you. They're gonna go straight to Darren 1320's doorstep with a probe in one hand and a sandwich in another, talking about you're special. Come with me.
He's got a fair point saying we need to separate the credible from the rubbish.
Yeah, true.
How do you do that? You have a bias. I have a bias. This guy's got a bias. Nobody can separate the credible from the rubbish because we don't know. We don't know if this is just aliens. Is this cryptids? Is ghosts involved? Like, how deep down the hole does it go? Are they all separate factions of strangeness? Are they all interrelated? Like, how do you see UFOs and Bigfoot in some cases? Makes no sense whatsoever to me. In my mind, one's a flesh and blood creature. The other is an interdimensional time traveler. How the hell do they interact? But you have to look at it because there is some data. So I would argue that it is virtually impossible to separate the fact from the rubbish at this point in the journey. Impossible.
I think you're absolutely right. We're, and I said this before. Just recently, I changed my language. These are my perspectives. I don't know, and I do say I don't know a lot, but I really don't know. I don't think that these are facts because we don't know. The phenomena is a mystery to all of us. For example, I just mentioned that there are things we can observe and say, okay, there is a hamburger-shaped UFO maybe, or UAP in the ocean. Okay, if that's true, how do we know it's alien? Who knows what that is? Like, we don't know if it's maybe China created an artificially intelligent, machine that's sitting in our ocean and creating these UAP that do all the. Who knows, right? It could honestly be, seriously, could be maybe ghosts are like, yo, we're actually interdimensional beings that are coming down and we want to take over the planet, and their ghosts are actually just interdimensional beings. They've collectively come together and they've made these craft. Now they're embodying aliens. Who knows what's going on? Nobody knows. We're all speculating. But the one thing that we can do is talk about the nature of the presence of these things and then go from there. And ask ourselves, not is it evil or is it good? Is it gods or demons? Ask ourselves, do we want that for us, or do we not want that for us? And that's I think for me that the importance of deciphering the difference between those two is most important, because although we cannot tell exactly what this phenomena is, we can at least understand the nature of its presence here by what it's doing. And that brings me to this thing that happened in Peru. Did you hear about that?
Yeah, my friend Darcy Weir sent me that. Apparently, it's like repeated, numerous encounters with these people. They got video and everything else. I asked them, I'm like, is this legit, man? Like, it seems like the holy grail of UFO stories. South America is very unfiltered with this stuff. Brazil, Peru, Chile, Argentina, lots of stuff. Even like facts, I know the whole Atacama corpse was proved not to be alien, but there's lots of, even the Nazca Line. So we know that there was ancient things happening in South America, both buildings, spiritual beliefs, and like even if you look at a lot of the shamanism from South America or even Central America with the use of things like ayahuasca and stuff like that, somehow or other, it's actually very difficult to coincidentally just mix those plants to get that desired effect. It's actually quite a complicated scientific thing that happens to produce DMT out of ayahuasca. So how did they know this? Advanced herbology and medicinal understanding, thousands of years ago. So I think the people there, because it is so ingrained in their lore, because there is such a strong Aboriginal culture still, like, the Spaniards overthrew them, but they didn't destroy their entire culture. They still have a good grasp on what our ancestors believed. Yeah. I think that because they are open-minded, they do see more and they have more happen. And I think it's the same thing we were saying earlier. Like, if we all realize we have this antenna and we are more powerful than we think, maybe we could just deal with happy ones or ones that were on our same wavelength. But if we have people on Earth that are kind of in the darker end of things, they're going to attract that which they are. So they're not bringing the friendly guys. They're going to bring the sort of dark, nefarious ones. And, it all gets weird when you start talking about possibilities of are angels really, extraterrestrial creatures and this and that. But to go back to your point about Peru, if this is legit, this would be better than Varginha if this is real.
Yeah, because now there's bodies that are being pulled from, there's a body that was pulled from the river you mentioned, and it's like faceless. If you look at the cows that are abducted and mutilated, that's literally what they look like. We're not looking at something that's just like they say it's an animal attack. Well, what animal just cuts perfectly?
Yeah, what animal's going to eat the face skin but leave the juicy beef on the hind quarter of the animal? If you're a predator, you eat the meaty parts first and leave what's left. So that doesn't make a lot of sense. But again, too, cattle mutilation is a very polarizing thing. We've done a few episodes on them. Chuck Zukowski's foremost expert on that. And there's another guy named Christopher O'Brien. And we had Chuck on, and Christopher O'Brien messaged us being like, why would you put him on instead of me? I've done just as much work. Like, they're fighting over who's the foremost expert on cattle mutilations.
Yeah.
One thinks it's extraterrestrial. The other thinks no. I didn't get a chance to speak to Christopher O'Brien. I'd love to hear his theory on what humans are actually doing this. Who's sneaking onto a farm in the middle of nowhere when the owners are well armed, and that, and these people are watching for predators because that's their livelihood, that's their animals. You're not going to be able to go on somebody's land for long and do this over decades and get away with it, right? Even we chatted with Katie Page, and she's talking about Albert Ranch in Colorado, and they had all these weird mutilations and stuff. And the police chief had to call the military and say, stop flying helicopters. Everybody is armed. They're going to start shooting at you because people are literally panicking right now. And in and amongst the panic, everybody's got their lights on at night. They're keeping watch, and these mutilations still happen. So if there were ever such a dangerous time to go on somebody's property and mess with their cattle, that was it. And it made no difference in the encounters that happened. They still were just as numerous. So there's some things I don't think we will ever fully understand. We want to, we think we will. It's that arrogance of the human ego.
Oh, yeah.
We know better. We're going to figure this out. I don't think so. I don't think we're as high in the food chain as we think.
I think that's kind of the point. I don't think we're as high on the food chain as we think we do, or we are. I think that Louis Lozano said it perfectly. He said, we're somewhere in the middle. We're probably somewhere in the middle, probably. Because, again, who knows? Tom DeLonge said the universe is teeming with life. Now that's a claim that we can't, that hasn't been proven yet. But with NASA coming forward and Bill Nelson saying that he's going to release some we're going to, he had that little cheeky little smile, and he's like, we're going to tell you guys in about a month. I think he obviously knows. He's been privy to this information. The NGO is well aware, or the NGA, I'm sorry, is well aware of this information. Again, David Grush worked for the institution that has all of the data about all of our skies, ever, and they monitor space, our space on Earth and above, 24/7. They have the data. They just can't admit that they have those specific types of data, so that because of what it might represent. I mean, what if there's a UFO?
How do you admit that you caught a UAP flying over Russia? You're not supposed to be looking there. You're not supposed to have a satellite spying on them there. You give away your cards by telling. It's almost like they want to find the goods. They're not gonna, if you're breaking into a bank vault, you don't want to cough when the security guard's walking by. And it's the same thing.
Yeah.
That's a UAP. Yeah, that's a big deal, but not as important as this $10 billion satellite that's giving us the real goods on our adversary. So they've had this information for decades. They really have.
Yeah. And we'll have to just wait. We honestly just have to wait and see. We just have to wait and see what happens. We'll have to wait and see how these hearings, what they turn out to be. I know that David Grush was denied the skiff with Congress people after the hearing. They
surprised.
They denied him because they said that he didn't. That they said that he had the clearance, but the Congress people did not have the clearance. And the problem with that is that Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp said they got into a skiff and they're not clear. They have no clearance at all. They have zero classification clearance.
And it's still fuzzy on what level of clearance you need for certain things. Kirkpatrick kind of went back and forth when they said, in the last Arrow hearing, do you have enough clearance? And he'd said no, but then other people had said, well, you don't really need whatever they call it, Title 50 or
Title
52.
50 clearance. Yeah, Title 50
You don't need that for this stuff. It's just being overclassified so that you do need a Title 50 clearance. This is not like, okay, I can understand things like Malmstrom Air Force Base, deactivating nuclear stuff. Okay, I get that. You don't want to talk about the inner workings of the nuclear establishment, how many men you have, how it goes on or offline. I get that. But for everything else, lights in the sky, pilots seeing things flying, you don't need Title 50. So that means that in order to save your country from a potential threat, only the most classified people in the country have a right to know and can talk about it. So you're going to let a terrorist attack happen, like 9/11 will happen again because somebody with Title 50 wasn't in the way to get the news. I wanted to warn somebody, but they just didn't have a high enough clearance. What a bunch of nonsense.
Yeah, meanwhile, Iraq, I mean, like, it... they'll start a war based off of false information that's uncorroborated, but they won't like tell people about what's going on now. That's been
you'll go to Iraq looking for weapons of mass destruction that don't exist. That's okay, but you won't go out on a limb to say that, hey, maybe our pilots, there's something here. Maybe they can't eloquently explain it. Maybe they don't have the full story or the data. But to just brush it aside and say we're not looking at it, that is ridiculous.
I do honestly think, though, I'm just going to be honest with you, not that I'm defending the DOD or the Pentagon. I do think that there is a reason why they won't tell us. That has to do with our safety. To be told,
there is a reason. I can agree with you on that, definitely, and even the skeptics can agree. Whether now their idea of what the reason is and ours might be totally different, but I will 100% agree there is some reason. And, some people that go far down the rabbit hole say it's actually the non-human intelligence preventing us from allowing this to happen.
Ravens Creek Charm says, and I'm going to read this out on YouTube, in my opinion, we see exactly what they want us to see, but I believe they present to individuals as those individuals may prefer for them to see. To me, that it helps explain Bigfoot, cryptids versus UFOs, and etc.
We can't see a formless energy. It needs to take some physical form. I mean, we're limited by biological sensors. Our eyes only see certain spectrum of light. Our ears only hear certain frequency. So if these things do want to be known or seen, they kind of got to cater to us. We can't shapeshift, but if they can, then they got to do us a solid, right? And I think that's and there's been people that have had encounters with Greys, and I don't know if it was Calvin Parker, it was somebody that fought back and tore an eye out of one, and it was wires. It wasn't even a creature. It was biological and sentient enough to fool them. But it's just advanced AI looking like a creature that is somewhat humanoid, and maybe in their opinion that we won't be scared because it kind of looks like us, right? Maybe to them it's a pretty close copy, whereas like hold a stuffed animal of a dog beside your dog and watch it freak out. It doesn't. It knows it's not a dog.
Dude, that is so interesting. I mentioned that. That's a good analogy. I mentioned that about the people in like indigenous populations who see something that looks like this Project Bluebeam thing that I think is absolutely ridiculous. I think it's ridiculous. They got to do something. If Project Bluebeam exists and is going to be implemented at any point, talk about mega conspiracy here. But if it is, they're going to have to do something more than holograms, because we've seen them. We know what a hologram is. We know what they look like. We know how they operate. We know that the graphical user interface it's not a very good replication of real life. When you play a video game, for example, yes, the graphics are amazing, but you can tell that there's a difference in like the fluidity of motion. It's not human. It's not real. Or when you see a hologram in actual hologram that Japan has, for example, you can tell that the movement is not as fluid as a real lion, for example, will move in stuff like that, or that it just does. It seems odd, and you know it's odd. They're not going to be able to fool us with that. There's just no way they can fool us with that. So,
unless their level of holograms is way far.
That's
our
possible.
limit of how good we can make it. But who knows what they could do potentially?
Well, with AI, my next concern is with AI. they could probably do something far more elaborate than holograms. That's kind of where I was going with that. Or potentially with genetic engineering, to believe that we've cloned like sheep and pigs or whatever. You think that we haven't been able to clone people in a way that is so convincing, like to maybe mix a chimera version of people? I think that we probably have built like chimera organisms that are mixes between different species. They literally put something into a pig where it can produce a heart organs that can be implanted into human beings because of that genetic manipulation in pigs. I know that doesn't sound like a very elaborate version of a chimera, but essentially that's what it is. It's a mix between all these different species into one species. They do it with plants, where when producing crops, they mix different plant species together to produce a specific kind of fruit that has a different flavor or a different.
We've been doing it with dogs for thousands of years. Again, they all started as a wolf. Now you can get a teacup Chihuahua or a Great Dane. Yeah. And they are less than 1% different in DNA. It seems ridiculous, but less than 1%.
Vastly.
That's how much of a change 1% equates to.
Yeah, I think that, and you remember that Reddit post, which is a big deal. The Reddit post I put a lot up in, and that these beings are biologically engineered organisms that are a mix between multiple different species on this planet, but that the level of engineering involved with this, the level of biological engineering, it's just astronomically different than what we can ever do even today. We don't have the technology to produce that kind of engineering. So somebody else has figured out how to do this perfectly. And we may be.
And I would argue, even with the craft, if we do have recovered craft, reverse engineering projects, I think we've gleaned a little bit of tech. Rumor is fiber optic cable came from Roswell.
Velcro.
This sort of. Velcro, things like that. That's just surface level stuff. That maybe metallic coatings, nanoparticles, metamaterials, things like that. In terms of how that sort of half basketball shaped dome reactor that Bob Lazar talked about, for that to power a craft that can go Mach 5 plus, it doesn't make any sense. I don't think that. Yeah, I just think it's much bigger than us. I don't think we've actually been able to figure it out. No. I know they say there are UFOs and theirs. I don't know. I don't really think we have UFOs the way those things. Nothing that we have, and I don't think to our knowledge, would go from 80,000 feet to sea level in less than a second.
No.
The machine would destroy itself and anything in it would be liquefied. That's like 200 plus G. So I'm not saying there aren't drones with crazy characteristics, but you have a UFO that can go 4,000 miles an hour, hit the water and keep going at several hundred knots. We don't have torpedoes that can do that, let alone explode on impact. Whatever these things are creating some kind of a bubble. They're not affected by the physics that we are. It's the only thing that could explain why they can do these crazy maneuvers, left-hand turns at 3,200 miles an hour. What's the turning circle of a fighter jet, the turning radius? If they really wanted to crank it, they could only do so much within what the plane could handle, with what the pilot could handle. And the faster you go, the bigger that circle is. So these things go super quick, stop and take off the other direction.
Yeah, I'm gonna screw this up, okay? But Elizondo mentioned that in order for a jet, one of our most advanced fighter jets going at Mach whatever, to turn, it takes like half the state of Wyoming or something like that. Like it's like a massive curve. You're not going to be able to just like boop boop and then keep your speed, not even change speed at all.
And again, why do something that evasive and dangerous just for the heck of it? I could see that happening in a dogfight situation in wartime. That's when you're pulling all the tools out of the bag. But like we have planes here that have, afterburners and can go Mach 2, Mach 3, Mach 4. We're not just ripping around in those things for fun. The cost, the maintenance, the fuel, and the potential risk to life. What if a pilot passes out and crashes that thing in San Diego and you killed 25,000 people? For what? What was the purpose of the mission? It had to be warranted. You can't just say, oh, we were just, test driving the thing, fooling around. So I think we take a lot of liberties with the fact that we're like, oh, they're ours. But why? And look at how the military functions. They don't make a habit of playing tricks on their own members, especially when they have arms on their machines. And you spent $30 million training that guy, and he's flying a $200 million plane. Like you're not going to do that. If the military knew that you were taking liberties with them, they may be less likely to risk their life for this thing that they believe in, right? So just out of sheer respect and ethics, they don't do that. And I've talked to people very high up in the military, people with many stars and stripes, And they just flat out say it doesn't happen like that. You can go there as often as you want. Oh, it was just us. We were just doing naval tricks. We're testing this stuff out to see if our guys could catch it. It's like if you built it, what radar systems will detect it. Because
Right.
if you built it to be evasive of those systems, you knew what kind of things you had to build into it so that radar couldn't find it. You don't need to be like, well, let's just rip it through and see if they catch it. You already know whether it's visible or not before you do the program.
Yeah.
You don't spend $10 billion and realize, that stealth plane, it's no damn good. Everybody can see it. That doesn't happen.
Yeah, well,
So it's easy for the non-educated people to just say, "Oh, that's just ours," or "That's just the military."
yeah.
Where's your proof? Like,
That's
we
a
don't
good-
have proof aliens exist, but many people that are using these just fly-by-night explanations, you have zero proof of that as well. So it's a fair game at this.
Two things I want to say about that. One, Darren 1320 Garioki. Let me tell you something. We're basing this off of what we actually know and facts and logic. Okay, this is the kind of thing that if you compare logical thinking processes to conspiracy theory, my brother, I got a bridge to sell you. And the second thing is, it's not Darren 1320 says that, and I love you guys, but you guys know I mess with you all. They mess with me too. By the way, we just mess with each other all day long. It's a lot of fun. And Darren says that as an ex-telecoms engineer, I can confirm you conspiracy theorists cause quite a stir with all that. Keep in mind, Ryan Graves and David Fravor are the ones who are presenting this information to the public. We are only talking about what has been said under oath in front of members of Congress in the world by actual Top Gun pilots who have access to the actual, best of the best technology. By the way, David Fravor is actively, according to Jeremy Corbell, actively involved with the highest technology in our inventory. And yet still they say it's definitely not on our inventory. And it's not on our adversary's inventory or anything. So conspiracy theory would be to say, well, even though the people that have access to all this technology say that it's not ours, well, I think it's still ours. That's a conspiracy theory based off of nothing but conjecture. And as much as I love you guys, this is one I'm going to have to call out. Conjecture and all these random hypotheses and theories that you say may happen because you don't like what people have said that are actually involved in working with these technologies, that's where the danger comes into play. Because you can make anything at all up. Well, what if it's actually ant people that came, and they grew up on this planet in a nearby solar system that's about two light years away, and they came here? How do you know it's not that? Because that's, I mean, I don't know if it's not that, but like nothing in the data sphere is talking about that. What's in the data sphere is our ex-pilots who are Top Gun pilots, the best of the whole world, by the way. Like in the whole world, they're the ones that are saying the things that we're saying right now. It's not like some random author who wrote a book about connecting to your spiritual ancestors of the Zeta Reticulan star system, and they say, oh, it's the government in my labs because I talked to Zeta Reticulan B1, and they told me. That's where conspiracy theories come from, not data, my friend. And I love you guys, but you need to get out of that cult mindset like I told you. I'm just kidding.
We talked about this on another show. What are the implications for Stephen Greer if he's full out BS lying? And what are the implications for David Grush under oath testifying in front of Congress?
Lying. Yeah.
One guy goes to jail for the rest of his life. The other guy loses some of his followers on his podcast. They're not even the same. It's not exactly weighted the same. And to your point on Fravor, it's Commander Fravor, not pilot or sergeant or major. Commander Fravor. This guy's got decades of military service, risking his life, stressing out about the lives of his men. They get a pretty hefty pension. Do you think that guy wants to mess with that and have them strip him of all his credentials, tarnish his name and his squeaky clean reputation, and ruin his future retirement for him and his family? Would he do that unless it was actually important? You think this guy has nothing better to do? He's probably making $8-10 grand a month pension. He could be golfing and doing whatever the hell he wants. Why is he doing this? Why do guys like Elizondo come forward? And I'm not crazy about Elizondo, but I'm giving credit where credit's due. They're taking the risk. They're the ones getting assaulted by critics and skeptics and debunkers and, you know, guys like Grush. He's now going through it as well. We pump these people up. We want to get these whistleblowers like, come on, help us, tell us. And then as soon as we do, they tell us, we throw stones at them. We say they're an idiot, they're autistic, they're lying, they're a plant, they're a grifter. So recently there's another guy, his name was Lewis something. He was going to testify, just changed his mind. Said, yeah, I'm not doing it. Screw it.
Yeah.
Because, we run the risk as we will push these people back into the darkness if this is the reception they get.
Yeah, that's
some
another,
people
that's
may
another,
think he's a hero.
man.
Some people may not. Either way, you have to give credit where credit's due. You know, it's one thing to say defund the police, but when somebody's smashing at your front door at 4 a.m. with a sledgehammer,
that's a terrible
you
idea.
want the police.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, like, give your heads a bit of a shake here, guys. Like, don't be so quick to just poo-poo on everybody. This person prepared to give their life for the country.
Yeah.
Now, yes, they could be a plant. All those things people say could be true. You still got to give it a little bit of credit. But what is likely? You know, what is it that, what's that, the theory of the most simplest thing usually always is? It's like a book.
Yeah, I don't know. I know what you're talking about.
Almac Ozcan or some shit. I forget what it's called.
I don't know what the theory is, but I don't know what the name of the theory is, but I know what you're talking about. What the most likely explanation is the simplest one.
Typically, yeah.
Yeah, I can't think of the name of that theory. But I will say, I think that was very eloquently put together. And again, I always I'm genuinely concerned about the reception of people. Bob Lazar said when Jeremy Corbell asked Bob Lazar to testify, people were like, "Why didn't Bob Lazar testify? Look at what's happening to David Grush. Why in the heck would Bob Lazar testify when a man who's literally risking his life right now, putting forth all this information, he is the guy that we would want to, we want disclosure. By the way, let's attack everyone who's pushing for disclosure.
Yeah.
What?
Right.
Why would I would, if I were a whistleblower looking at how people are treating Grush, I would not waste my time. Let the world burn, as far as I'm concerned. Because if I'm going to be treated like that for trying to help the world, screw that. By the way, by the UFO community, what in the world is going? How did these government people get it to the point where the UFO community is helping them? But anyway, Louis, I've taken up so much of your time. I just want to say thank you so much for being here, dude. You're freaking awesome. I really appreciate you doing it.
I love doing this. Love chatting with you. You know, you're my boy. I just like talking about the phenomenon.
Yeah,
and when you message me and say, "What are you doing? Having a coffee? You want to hop on?" Absolutely. So maybe we'll do this again in the future.
Thanks, brother. I appreciate you. Take care, man.
All right. Thanks everybody in the chat. You guys are awesome. Thanks for having the discussion, being polite. And keep the conversation going. We'll see you guys again.
See you later, brother. Peace. Louis Borges, everybody. My guy. That was awesome. So that was a lot of fun. I appreciate him coming on, having his voice being heard. I usually don't have guests on unless they're from the audience because I don't want to, I usually don't like subjecting the people that I know to the banter that we have. Like, I enjoy it, the pushback, the joke. But, like, these guys are serious. The guys that, like Louis Borges and others, these guys are really serious about, they're doing a lot of work. They're doing a lot of hard work with the phenomena, and they're talking to people that are well connected. They're very well connected. So to have them come on to the chat, and again, I love it. I don't know how they feel about the banter like I do. Again, I really enjoy it. I just don't know if they do. So I try not to have them on. Now, Louis, luckily, is a good sport. Louis is a good sport. So this is awesome that we had him on. But there are some other people who I would never subject to the conversations that we have on here. I think Drunk Physics is always getting on me about what I say that I talk to people. He's like, "Oh, well, come on, man, get out of here." I get it. I don't bring them on. Why? For example, what if I brought John Ramirez on here? And you guys, and again, I love you guys. Okay, we do this all the time. But John Ramirez is ex-CIA, agent. Do you think he's gonna want to have a conversation where people are telling him that he's a conspiracy theorist? Absolutely not. Do I want to stop my chat from being able to do that? No. So the question is, how do I balance that? I've chosen to keep those people out of this conversations, so that they don't get upset and they never talk to me. Like, the last thing that I want is for my connections to lose my connections because they don't feel the same way that I do about the jokes and the banter. That's why I do not have a lot of people on. That's exactly why. So just so you guys understand, there are plenty of people that I could have on. Stephen Bassett, John Ramirez, other people in the field. I just choose not to put them I subject them to these kind of conversations. We need to question these things, though. I don't know how others feel, but I'm going to ask. No, Darren, you're good, bro. You're good. I'm just saying, with Louis Borges is a good sport, but there are some people that would not be. That's my point. There are some people that would not be okay with those kind of conversations at all. They would not be okay with it, man. As a matter of fact, they might never talk to me again if I brought them on, and then they're like, your chat just, they were being disrespectful or whatever. They're not going to understand like I do. You understand? Like, I love it. They're not going to respect it. Give me 1 second. I gotta fix my... Hey everybody, the baby's waking up, so I just wanted to show some love to the baby real quick. Sorry about that. Well, I'm not sorry for going to say that baby, but I'm sorry it took so long. Anyway, hitters for SOR, yeah. Yeah, I have a lot of, I just love that. My, stupid. But yeah, I have a lot of fun with, I talk to a lot of people. You know, if you guys want to talk to people like I talk to, and you want to ask them hard questions, you can do that. You can do that yourselves. Again, I want to keep my connections strong. I cannot risk anything like that. So get Corbell on here. I want to ask him a few questions. So George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell, if I could, there's no way that I would bring him on here to respond to chat. You would have to ask me questions beforehand so that I can keep them separate and then ask him during the conversation. Jeremy Corbell is not going to engage with the chat like that. So yeah, I would ask him questions, but I wouldn't ask him questions in real time, like where I'm pulling questions from the audience like that. I wouldn't do that. Again, how these things work, it's not how these things work, guys. I mean, I understand you guys are not, like, when you're not doing the things and you're not, you know, going out and connecting with people and contacting all these different public figures, you think, I get it. You kind of feel like, well, why can't you just do this, or why can't you? But you can't, because that's just not the nature of those kind of contacts. It's just not how it works, guys. It really isn't. And I'm just saying that to be, you know, to be clear. That's just not how it works. That's just not how it works. Now, let me go ahead and pull up this. Everybody in the chat, thank you, by the way, for being so welcoming to Louis Borges. I appreciate that. It's my boy. It's my boy. Now, what happened to my... I retweeted it. Where's my retweet? Oh, here it is. Okay. Check it out. Oh, no, this isn't it either. This is not my retweet. Hold on. Shoot. Darcy. All right, so let's check out this right here, because Darcy posted something. Darcy Ware, really freaking awesome dude. I'm on Discord today. What? Nobody's ever asked me for a fee. Nobody's ever asked me for a fee. All right. I want to check out some things that Darcy's posted because I think it's super relevant, and I love his analysis. Let's check it out, y'all.
Trolls and the UFO community at large. Hello, friends, trolls, and the UFO community at large. Let's enjoy this video-enhanced breakdown of the supposed Laredo, Peru alien invasion that's been going on for the past 2 days. Let's cut right to an enhancement of the video in which we have a flashlight being shone on something that appears to be green perched atop someone's roof while looking down on these frantic people on the street.
You guys gotta pay it. Seriously, pay it. This is the incident in Peru. Check this out, y'all.
We see a few men in the foreground, one of which is possibly manipulating this flashlight to highlight whatever it is. A lady can be heard screaming in terror regarding this thing that she can apparently see with her naked eyes. And perhaps this town has been seeing these things for the past 72 hours, because this video has been released and is part of many that have been released in the past 2 days.
guys see it?
Okay, and then it starts to re-loop, and this is from a
Oh.
Twitter post. Now, it's very notable that there is terror in the hearts and minds of these Peruvians.
All that is on this video. You're gonna see everything. Okay, trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning. There is graphic material in this video. You will see a cadaver. You will see somebody faceless. You will see death. Trigger, trigger, trigger warning right now.
And I don't want to discount this at all. I want to do my best at enhancing this video. Let's zoom in. I honestly can't understand what I'm seeing. It just looks like something with multiple limbs and possibly large black eyes. But
you can see it. Maybe even more than one.
It also seems to be morphing or changing in shape, which I don't know if that is some kind of distortion caused by the...
What up, Coley? Coley's my co-host on the weekend show, on Space Out Radio Weekend Show. What's up, Coley?
Movement of the flashlight, but there seems to be something there. And I slowed down the footage so that you can take a closer look in slow-mo. I don't know what this is. However, according to reports from Peruvian news agencies over the past 48 hours, there seems to be multiple people in this town that literally were busting caps in these intruders' asses.
Busting caps? My boy talking that, man, he talking them things, man. He got that slang thing, you know what I'm saying? No, guys, that is something. I don't know. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, man. I mean, what does it look like to you? What does it look like to you? Look, look, look. Come on, guys. Come on. You've seen worse Bigfoot photos. Okay? You've seen worse Bigfoot photos. Get out of here. This is something. Think about how far away that is, though, right? The further you are away, the harder it is to stabilize on a point, on a specific point. That is a U.S. psyop. Okay. What's your source, Karaoke? What is your source? What is your source, Karaoke? Conspiracy theory. You don't deserve the truth. You can't handle the truth. Where is Peanut? Why is Peanut not here? Peanut, where are you?
All of these events and videos started after a nighttime mass witness sighting that you're about to see of a UFO that was buzzing a crowd of people in this city of Laredo, Peru.
Está posado en el cerro. Miren, ahí está, oye.
No, I mean, I wish they didn't run. I wish they had a longer image of it. No, Platonic Zombie, I wasn't talking about you, my friend. I was talking about somebody else on the other side. On the Twitch side. The next one is fantastic, though. Oh, so you... okay, Karaoke. Okay, Karaoke.
¿Viste? ¿Viste? Está grabado, está grabado.
Estamos...
Se notó el borde del cerro. Ahí está. Ahí está.
Está en el aire. Miren, mira eso. No está en el cerro.
Anthony,
está en el aire. Esa luz. Es un objeto que está en el aire, señoras y señores.
Listen to this firefight that was going on between multiple men and witnesses to these beings during one of the past 2 nights.
No les hacen nada. Este impresionante video captó ese instante en que los habitantes le disparan a los supuestos seres, como ven, en medio de la noche. Los vecinos dicen que están aterrados.
This television host goes on to explain that these people saw these creatures to be very tall, around 7 feet. They never touched the ground with their feet. They seemed to be hovering. And this man explains that they looked almost like astronauts. And yeah, they didn't touch the ground. They would fly away when they were shot at.
You mean like that family who literally had to fight off and in these weird troll-looking... Come on, y'all. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. What you talking about? What you talking about, Willis? Those people do sound genuinely disturbed.
Which I would call a bruja. So the story goes that whatever these things are, they are
I bet if ET feet were captured on camera, you could sell them on feetfinders.com.
Human. And multiple people have been attacked. This video shows multiple people aiding a victim in someone's home.
Profesor que te acompaña, porque definitivamente es una persona que asegura haber tenido contacto en esta comunidad de San Antonio con estos seres que están atacando a la población y que
I also watched
This is where the disturbing part is, everyone. Disturbing, trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning.
Another video that has been posted on YouTube in which it looks like a real body of a man laying dead by a river that looks mutilated. The man, if real, is dead, and the mutilation that appears shows his face, eyes, and all flesh down to the bone removed. This is so bizarre. Is it true? Is this staged? Or are we witnessing, with today's global village, news reporting on horrific close encounters from South America? I don't know, but the latter theory would be incredibly horrifying if proven true.
I don't know, man. This is like the kid in Vegas, man. Justice for the Vegas teen who said an alien crashed in his backyard. Justice for Vegas teen. Bryson. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think it's real, y'all. I think that, I mean, I maybe it's real. I don't actually know, obviously, right? But I think it's real. We'll have to wait and see to find out the truth. Obviously, we're gonna have to wait and see and really see if hold on one second. 108 mile tour. Are you ready? Heck yeah, I'm ready. Dave Scott invited me to an event. Here we go again. History told through the ghosts that haunt the 108 mile heritage site. Our site is considered one of the most haunted locations. A bet. I'm gonna share that event. The Mac Geek says shenanigans. We're gonna have to wait and see, my guy. I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea. We'll have to see, man. We'll have to see. You know, a mysterious light has seen flying. There's so much stuff going on, guys. There's so many different sightings and all this stuff happening. I don't know what to believe. I don't know. You know. Give me 1 second while I pull up that music again. So, Platonic Zombie, I'm talking about like just in terms of a sighting, not necessarily like a one-to-one type of the same type of phenomena. I don't know if it's the same, but in terms of somebody presenting evidence to this, I think he deserves. I say justice for a kid in Vegas. You know what I'm saying? Justice for kid in Vegas. So it's at 9:30. You want me to check that out, Matt? Okay, Matt, let's check it out, The Armenian. The Armenian sent me a better video than this. Let's check it out. I'm gonna have to search through freaking 4 million different, did you send it in this chat here?
One sighting, one thing. This is a symptom.
Oh my gosh, Darren, would you cut it out? Would you just cut it out, Darren? Just cut it out.
Hello, friends.
What?
Down to the bone.
What do you mean, bro? It's the same thing. 9:30 this morning. You talking about this? Or is it before this? Okay, here we go. Got it. Did they take it down? Alright, let's pull it up. This is a clear, again, trigger alert, trigger alert, trigger alert. Oh my gosh. Bro. That is just insane. Did you guys see that? That's actually the skeletal structure of somebody's throat. Right there. Yeah. Oh my gosh. That is insane. Dude. Oh, freak, man. Wait a minute. Somebody called Superman? Where's Superman at then? How come he is, where's he at? Look at that. Trying to throw that in there real quick. Superman didn't show up at all. This is some BS, Superman. Tired of you never showing up when we need you. What is this crap? Somebody call Batman. Somebody call Batman. We need the Justice League. Where's the Justice League when you need them? You know what I'm saying? So that is these are the strange occurrences that are happening, I guess, in South America, guys. I've been telling you, listen to me, okay? Listen to me right now. I told you all that South America is not having a good time with this phenomenon. Didn't I tell you that? You can't handle the truth. You can't handle the truth. All right? We do not know if it's real, but you can't handle the truth. Let's move on. I'm gonna stop pounding this idea to you guys because I did.
And this is when you follow kind of the threads here, is when you find out that people like Boyd Bushman and these other senior scientists at these big corporations really were working on anti-gravity. They really were. You know, I remember being at a party and someone whispered in my ear, I worked for one of these big defense contractors, and said, hey, we've been mining on the moon for 30 years. For 30 years, we've been mining on the moon.
And this guy's serious. This was a serious person.
It's a very serious person, and but no one knows about this stuff. So a lot of my fascination, you know.
Is that Tom DeLonge? Hold on. Is that Tom? We've been mining on the moon for 30 years. Is that Tom DeLonge?
It isn't about trying to prove that aliens are real. It's more or less like, you know, if there's a secret about this stuff, there's a good reason. It's either these guys are so scared of something that they haven't been able to do what they needed to do, or they don't have all the facts yet, so they're not ready to release it. There's something that they're either scared of, or they're not sure enough in themselves to release it. And that's the kind of thing that I ask myself, like, what is the reasons for them not telling people? It's because I would believe the only reason is because they're too scared to. Not because it's going to bring down religion, not because it's going to make us all run around in circles. I think it's because they're trying to do something that's much more serious.
Remember that I want you all to remember these moments where I've been trying to tell you all that is probably the reason why the government won't tell us. I'm retweeting that. I think they're too scared too. I think they're too scared. I'm gonna go with it. That's my theory. That's my theory. Okay? Doesn't mean it's a fact. It's my theory. I'm allowed to tell it. Don't you tell me what I can and can't do. You can't handle the truth. You want the truth? You can't handle the truth. Now, I haven't been on Darcy's Twitter page for a while. What's on here? There's a Coley says I can. There's a lot of things going on right now, y'all. There's so many things going on right now. It's a wild world. Lulizando, disclosure could trigger a reaction from the phenomena. Is that what we are witnessing in South America? Ooh-wee. I don't know. I don't know, y'all. Grab your guns, everybody. The aliens are coming. Billy Bob, go in there and get my truck and get my guns. Billy Bob, go in there and get them. Wow, 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 wow. Judge me. It's stuck in my head. You can't handle the truth. I'm sorry, what? Huh? What is that? Huh? Huh? What is that? Huh? What currency is this? What currency is this? You tell me right now. Unfortunately, I got no possibility to prove. Huh? This is a terrible, this is super terrible. I mean, this has to be fake, right? Unfortunately, I got no possibility to prove. To proof? I think this person, there's a bit of a language barrier, so please be respectful to people who have a language barrier and are still posting things, okay? And plus, it's Twitter, you can't change the, if you make a mistake, I do it all the time, so please be respectful to that. But what I need to know what dollar, what currency this is. What's the currency here? Everybody says it's fake, but what's the currency? Yeah, what's the currency? What is a currency? What is a currency? What is a currency? Euro? Is it a dollar? What's the amount? 100 euros? Don't see it. It's not there. Nope, I don't see it. I don't see it. Is this real or is this fake? We're gonna find out. Where is it? Is there anything that shows us that? There's just one, and it doesn't show that depiction of a UFO in it. So what are they doing? Why would you post this? Why would you post this? So what? Okay, so you have to put it underneath a light. So it has to be put under a certain light. So basically, there's no way of actually telling whether or not this is real. Not unless you have this microscope or whatever. Looks like what you would see on like a microchip or something like that. Or maybe in a crop circle. We've seen crop circles that are similar to that. The genial visual effect. How do I find this out? basically you'll never know. Yeah, that's I don't like this because honestly, there's no way of telling the truth. Everybody says it's fake. Not that I trust everybody, but like, there's no one that's going to try to do the experiment themselves and find out. I mean, no, doofuses, you have to put it under a light. Obviously they put it under a light. So everybody's saying it's not real, but they're not putting it under the light. So fake, cute, but fake. Okay, so basically you have to have a very special way to observe it, so you can't actually see it. I don't know. I honestly can't. So this is what. Let's look at this for a second right now, okay? There's this dude who posts this on, I believe, TikTok, who claims that the $100 euro bill has, if you look at it under a specific kind of light, that you will be able to see a visual effect that shows UFOs and aliens in the background. Now, how do you know if this is real? You have to have the same type of equipment that he's looking at it under a microscope under a specific kind of light. How can you tell if it's real? How can you tell if it's real? You can. And so if at least we can anyway. So to say that it's fake is actually disingenuous because you don't know if it's real or fake. To say that it's real is disingenuous because you don't know if it's real or fake. So to say either way, we don't know. The bottom line is, I have no idea. I do know that the dollar bill, the American dollar bill, I've done this myself. You can actually see an actual gray, freaking weird looking gray alien, like the one. This is real. I've done this myself. This is real. I've done this myself. Not the drawing, he drew this in. But you can actually see this. You can see this. You have to roll it up like this, and that's what you'll get. That is real, ladies and gentlemen. That's not an illusion. It's real. This is what you actually get. You just change the contrast of the dollar bill, and you'll get this image. This image. That is real. That is real. Do it for yourself. If you have an American dollar bill, you can see this. You can see this for yourself. I've done it myself. It's so creepy. It's so weird. Why would that be on there? I don't know. Illusion, maybe. But again, it's pretty strange and pretty specific illusion. So, man, this is wild, y'all. This is wild. I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Again, I don't know. Do the dollar bill on your own, guys. Seriously, do that for yourself. You'll see. Oh my gosh. Anyway, sorry. So let's check out some more stuff because there's all kinds of crazy stuff happening on Twitter. I mean X.com. So yeah. So many people. I'm gonna check out what's going on Discord. Discord's blowing up right now. What's happening, y'all? What's happening on Discord right now? Kirsten Gillibrand wants to know the truth about aliens. More of Congress is getting interested. Okay. Bryson Foley. Don Diego Ecuadoro, I guess. What's this? You send me another. This is it. We just watched this, bro. Yeah, they don't say. There's nothing different here. Nothing different here, my guy. Let's check this out. Kirsten Gillibrand wants to know the truth about aliens. The U.S. Senator also talked about the Equal Rights Amendment as a way to generate democratic turnout in 2024. Okay, well, let's talk about the UFOs, not democratic turnout. Senator Gillibrand intends to get to the bottom of potential UFO activity. Well, that's not a word you are likely to hear around the halls of government. The official term is unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UAP. The topic is currently the subject of heightened scrutiny. A House Oversight Subcommittee held at a hearing July 26 on UFOs, in which lawmakers heard testimony from three former military officials who made claims ranging from allegations of federal government sheltering alien spacecraft or encounters with unknown objects. They also said that we've had contact with and made deals with aliens, just so you guys know. Having helped lead the effort to create the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, that's ARROW, tasked with detecting and identifying mysterious objects a few years ago, and has failed, by the way. Probing for answers is right up Gillibrand's alley. Keep in mind, everybody. Wait, what? Oh my gosh. This is too political. I don't want to. I'm not going to go in. This is too political, dude. It's too political. But yeah, so yeah, Kirsten Gillibrand's been helping on the back end, getting this stuff spearheaded into the public view as well. The thing is that she asked Sean Kirkpatrick, the director, the guy who's heading ARROW right now, what do you need? What do you need? I got you, my boy. I got you. He's like, I don't need anything. I'm fine. Maybe a little bit of funding, maybe some Title 50. Then he goes on a interview and says, I don't need that stuff. I don't need anything. I don't need to look into it anymore. We know what everything is. Yeah, he's definitely looking for the truth. Yeah, he definitely is, for sure. Absolutely. He's not at all trying to hide anything. Not at all. House Oversight Committee UFO hearing issues to consider. Based on questions and answers as 1, are these committee members cleared at the TS-SCI level? If not, even in the SCIF, they could not be presented with the information. 2, if they are cleared at the TS-SCI level and received Grush's briefing, they would then be bound by classification just as Grush is and not be able to share their findings with the public. 3, declassification that does not or doesn't compromise national security from whomever will declassify executive branch is the pathway to public disclosure of NHI, that's non-human intelligence, crash retrieval, etc. Let's talk about these things, okay? Talk about these questions. Are these members cleared TS-SCI level? No, they are not. If they are cleared at the TS-SCI level and receive Grush's briefing, they're bound by classification, so they can't tell us. Yes, that's true. So basically, even if they have the clearance that necessary, even if they do, which they do not at the moment, to talk about this, they can't talk about it to the public. And here's the thing, they have to go through the declassification process to get information told to the American people in the world anyway. But they don't need that classification in order to have those briefings, because Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp were a part of SCIFs to talk about this. They were a part of the SCIFs, and they're not classified. So what's up? You know? What's up? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, y'all. So, now, let's go ahead and move on to this. All right, so let's continue. What's this? Oh my gosh. My boy. We watched Jeremy Corbell obliterate that news reporter's joke about their jest about the tinfoil hat yesterday. What? Gray aliens and the harvesting of souls. The conspiracy to genetically tamper with humanity. Oh man, there's too much packed into this here. I don't know if I should. The Greys are trying to eliminate what makes us human. Ironically, it's the very same thing they covet, the human soul and spirit. This hybrid appears... This is an excerpt from Niger Kerner's Gray Aliens and the Harvesting of Souls, The Conspiracy to Genetically Tamper with Humanity. I'm guessing this is his book. This hybrid appears to be predicting a future in which human beings will be converted into hybrids like himself without the capacity for memory? I don't know about that. That doesn't sound very legit to me. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that one. Yeah, I'm gonna go with I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not so sure. Anyway. So let's continue. The Weaponized podcast was good. Check it out last night, y'all. There's so much more stuff going on. I was trying to find this. There's a clip that I did not retweet it, so I can't find it right now. But I'm gonna find this freaking clip. Frightened for their lives. Let's check out. Let's go ahead and look at the Rising's BS on and their perspective. We already mocked them for so long. Let's check it out.
As lawmakers' investigations into unidentified flying objects looms overhead, many might be asking, what does this all mean? Hill opinion contributor Merrick von Rennenkamp, who also served as an analyst with the United States Department of State's Bureau of International Security, makes the case that the UAP saga could lead to two conclusions. Either the United States government has mounted an extraordinary, decades-long cover-up of UFO retrieval and reverse engineering activities, or elements of the defense and the intelligence establishment are engaging in a staggeringly brazen psychological disinformation campaign. He writes this in The Hill. Merrick von...
Oh my gosh. Let's hope that this is going to be a good one. Let's hope this is going to be good. It's not going to frustrate me.
Von Rennenkamp joins us now to discuss. Welcome to our show.
Darren, you better calm down. Darren, you're so crazy, dude.
Thanks so much for having me back, guys.
So, yes, we've been talking about UAPs a lot lately, ever since the David Grush interview. You know, why don't you tell us more about the potential for what you described as a psychological, disinformation campaign? What does that approach, if that's what's going on, look like? And does that even have to do with what we're talking about now? Are we talking about this because of actions the government or the people trying to either publicize this or bury it are taking?
Yeah, it's a really good question, Robbie. And from my perspective, and I'll just zoom out a little bit and take maybe a 30,000 foot view. There's certain facts in this story that I think we can all agree on. And from my perspective, those facts lead to either two extraordinary conclusions. And again, one is that there's this decades-long UFO retrieval and reverse engineering effort, or two, that there is a disinformation campaign. That's just the way I see the facts.
There is a disinformation campaign. The question is, in what direction is the campaign towards? Like, what is the nature of that?
They stand leading those two kind of paths. And as far as the disinformation campaign, I don't know what the motivation would be. Maybe it's to fool our adversaries into thinking that we have some remarkable
no
technology in our possession. I don't know to what end. I suspect that would be, I'm not a lawyer, but I suspect a massive disinformation campaign along those lines would be illegal. That's intentionally targeting potentially U.S. citizens. And so there are reasons to be skeptical of that. But those are the two options that I'm coming up with. And I'd love to hear alternative takes and different theories. But that's the conclusions that I'm coming up with based on the facts as I understand them.
Well, I think the argument for a disinformation campaign is that, one, it could be an effort to distract from other
Why is there an echo, lady?
kinds of news stories that are less advantageous to either or both establishment parties. I don't think that the deep state, I think people would argue, is particularly concerned with whether or not the actions they take are legal. There, of course, have been efforts to promote certain kinds of art and culture in the past. For example, in the mid part of the last...
What is she talking about? What are you talking about, lady? Would you please stay on point here?
Century representational art was disfavored as an effort by the CIA in favor of abstract art, because representational art was seen to...
I apologize for if anybody's brain is melting out of your ears right now, I personally apologize for that. I do realize that her arguments are so effing mind-numbingly uninformed that it may make you lose brain cells, or maybe it may make you mind melt out of your ear. If your ear is bleeding, that's your brain. I'm sorry about that. I wish you healing, and I wish you comfort and peace in this time of chaos and craziness.
To be kind of Soviet and advancing people's movements and valorizing the proletariat as opposed to abstract art, which had fewer narratives. So that certainly is not a thing. That kind of social public manipulation is not beyond the reach or the historical choices of the US government. But I guess on the other side, people don't want to prematurely discount what could be an incredible revelation if it is substantive and real. So what is the best evidence in your mind that the timing and quality of the revelations that have come out of late are not connected to a misinformation campaign from the government, but are coming out now because of other kinds of reasons that are more credible?
So,
yo, listen. I don't know what she's actually like in real life, but man, I could imagine her being one of the most gaslighting friends of all time.
A great lead up and great question, Brianna. I think from my perspective, I've followed this very closely. It's obviously a fun topic to look into. And from my perspective, this all started in 2007 when Senator Harry Reid, started up a fairly secretive UFO analysis program. And that is the genesis. That story is culminating with what we're seeing today. So I'm not sure this is this is happening now for a particular reason. And I want to kind of maybe get into the nuts and bolts of, if we're thinking this is a disinformation camp, the nuts and bolts of this are that we understand, and Grush said this under oath, that he had individuals who claimed firsthand knowledge of these UFO retrieval programs provide protected disclosure, that's a legal term, to the Intelligence Community Inspector General.
You know, I feel like I'm being redundant right now, but like, how do you get this far into Congress with these whistleblowers and their testimony, to the point where you've got inspector generals, 2 of them, one active and one prior, legally, one of which is legally representing the whistleblower with these allegations of non-human bodies, deals made with aliens, and all this other stuff, and you go, oh, I think it's a disinformation campaign because of art. One time art and stuff was actually put inside, and they use it to obfuscate abstract art. So I think it's probably something like that. What are you talking about, lady?
If you willingly and knowfully lie to the inspector.
Yeah, I know that people will sometimes do abstract art because, and I know that maybe he is gonna risk his life by talking about this, and maybe he will go to prison for the rest of his life if he talks about this, but maybe he's doing it because of abstract art. What are you how did you somebody hug me. Oh no, I need a baba.
General, that is a $10,000 fine and or 5 years in prison. Maximum sentencing, right? So if these individuals are in fact part of a disinformation camp, they are willfully and knowingly opening themselves up to major legal jeopardy by testifying to having first-hand knowledge to the Inspector General.
One thing that continues to...
Oh, and I'm not gonna respond to that. I'm just gonna keep moving on and talking about how I think this might be a disinformation campaign.
Frustrate me as we watch these interviews and we see these hearings is that there always seems to come a point where the witness, the expert, the person who says there is evidence out there, some evidence of crafts being recovered, maybe even bodies.
Thanks, Raven.
These are things pilots have seen that are pretty incontrovertible, but they'll say that, you know, this evidence is being held somewhere else, or a person with more direct knowledge of it than me would like to come forward but can't come forward for various reasons.
Thank you guys for the comfort. What is this guy talking about? I don't understand why. I don't understand why all of human history that's ever been, all of criminal justice, legal, history documented by the court systems tells us that this is exactly how any process that would ever resemble anything like this is exactly, but I don't understand why it's different. Why is it still the same? Why don't they just break all of protocol that has ever been done in the legal sphere ever for this? Why can't they do that this time? You are a goose frappa.
Because their job might be in danger, so they're anonymous. Or there's some official somewhere who theoretically, has the keys to the locked room where the actually recovered crafts are. And what I want to know is we never seem to get to the point where those people are being unmasked.
Tomorrow we're going to look into the, so I think it's Garioki or Darren has sent me some stuff by Dark Journalists. We're going to look at some of the content that people have suggested for me in a very special section for those who are supporters of the show. So who are donate to the GoFundMe and stuff like that. They have access to submit requests for content. Tomorrow we're going to look at that content.
Like we talk a lot about censorship on social media with respect to COVID, with respect to.
He never misses a chance to talk about. Oh my gosh! Please. This reminds me of if you're talking to somebody who really loves trains and and you're talking to them about anything. Oh man, I went to the store yesterday and I got some coffee and I met this girl and now we're gonna get married. You're like, yeah, this reminds me of the time that my train collection actually, there was this one time that my train collection was, and you're like, what does this have to do with your train collection? What are you talking about? He's like, oh yeah, or this. You're like, hey man, I just got a newborn baby, man. I said, hey, we've been friends for 15 years. I just want to share that I have a baby now. And your friend's like, yeah, man. It just reminds me of that one time that my train collection. What are you talking about? This is a baby. What does a train collection have to do with my newborn baby? Will you please talk to me like a regular human being? That's what this guy's doing. Oh yeah, this reminds me of COVID. Oh yeah, this reminds me of that one time that a black guy told me that I was. What are you talking about? Yeah, this reminds me of one time I listened to hip hop music. And what are you talking about, dude? Are you dating this girl? Are you and her dating? Is that what? Am I missing something here? I bet she turned him out. He got the jungle fever. He ain't never had him some blackberry juice. He get a little taste of that blackberry. Next thing you know, whatever she says, he's parroting.
A bunch of subjects
in Minecraft.
And it's increasingly come out that actually the federal government, specific federal bureaucrats, told Facebook and Twitter, we would like this content.
Oh my gosh. Oh, this reminds me of that one time I couldn't use the N-word on social media. What? Now Elon Musk is going to defend me if I do. What are you talking about?
Taken down. We would like this content taken down. We didn't know who those people's names were, but now we actually are learning who their names were. They're the comms people at the CDC and the FBI and the State Department and the White House. How can we get? What does it take to get to a point where we actually know the identities and can hold accountable of the people who are supposedly responsible for covering this up and preventing people from testifying?
Robbie, the evidence question and what you're alluding to is the key here. And what I would say, number one, is that Senator Rubio, vice chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, who has worked very closely on this issue, has said that individuals fear for their lives if they come forward. So there's that.
Again, great point by this dude here, Renan Kemp. Platonic Zombie, I apologize. I get a little worked up sometimes. But yeah, this is a point. This is a good point, just to be clear. They're afraid for their lives, you idiot. Ew, yeah, no more. I'm done name calling. I'm gonna try my very best.
There's that potential hindrance to people coming forward openly at this point. I think maybe we'll see more happening. I've seen some chatter that the Senate will hold hearings that will have additional witnesses that may, I don't know this for a fact, may have firsthand knowledge. But I want to be very clear. The individuals who have seen and spoken to or seen the testimony of these firsthand witnesses have responded in a fairly remarkable way. And I'm talking most specifically about legislation that has now passed the Senate that is sponsored by Senator Schumer that is literally a carbon copy of Grush's allegations, right? It defines legacy program. It mandates eminent domain, so the government seizure of any recovered and retrieved UFOs and any bodies, alien bodies, they call it biological evidence of non-human intelligence. That is in federal legislation that has passed the Senate. So the individuals who have spoken to these people who have claimed firsthand knowledge have responded in a fairly remarkable way. And I think more people need to see what is actually in this legislation, understand the magnitude of it and the gravity of it.
I do hear that. I would also just point out that, for example, after the Warren Commission investigated JFK's murder, they were supposed to release those files, the last of them, by 2017. We're still waiting on that to happen. Having legislation that dictates disclosure doesn't necessarily mean that we're actually going to get those disclosures, especially when there's caveats like you don't have to disclose it if it's against the security interests of the United States of America. So, we're still holding our breath. I think both Robbie and I very much want to believe hashtag.
No, they don't. They're lying. She's lying. They don't want to believe.
Roswell, hashtag Scully Mulder. But we're all still just really hoping that evidence comes out. But let me ask you about this. UFOlogist Jeremy Corbell weighed in on what the public should be feeling about flying objects. Let's take a listen.
You said put on your tinfoil hats. People should put on their battle helmets. Right now, this is being taken seriously.
Guys, I remember, mark my words, ladies and gentlemen. I told you I'm telling you there's something they know something they know something. They know something. Something is not going to be in our favor here, guys. Something's not going to be in our favor here.
From the world public, it's a serious topic, and people need to understand why it's a serious topic.
Why to you is this a serious topic, assuming that you agree with his framing there?
I think for the very simple reason that we've had multiple very credible fighter pilots, naval aviators, come out and say that they have encountered objects that are capable of flight characteristics that are well outclassing our most advanced fighter jets, right? We're talking about objects that can remain spherical objects that can remain stationary against hurricane force winds. No wings, no propulsion. We're talking about a tic-tac shaped craft that can literally accelerate to Mach hypersonic speeds at the drop of a dime. That is no technology that we have now or will have in any foreseeable future. So I suspect, just from a very basic national security level, this is a remarkably important issue, right? When we have that kind of technology apparently out there. And the second point is a basic safety of flight. We've had Ryan Graves, Lieutenant Graves has spoken quite a bit about this. He testified before Congress. We've had near mid-air collisions with these objects in our military working areas, in our training areas, right? And that's not where by the way, that's not where we test top secret, new secret technology. This is very regimented airspace that is closely controlled. And when fighter pilots are training for combat or for anywhere else, every inch of that airspace is controlled, and we know we should know who's operating that airspace. So we can't say that in those particular instances we're dealing with our own technology.
Merrick, very insightful. Thank you so much for joining us.
All right, well, he did a great job. I appreciate this dude right here. But the Hill, you guys are doing a freaking you're terrible reporters. My train collection. Oh, yeah, you had a new baby? Oh, this reminds me of a train. Oh, you just got married? Oh, it reminds me of a train collection. My gosh. Give me one. I gotta fix my glasses, guys. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 sec. I'll try to put something on while I go fix my glasses here. Let's find out why this is banned. Check it out. Disney.
Extraterrestrial contact is pure dynamite. They're beings from another planet. We don't know where they come from. We don't know what they're doing here. There's nothing we can do about it.
Meet Captain Kevin Randall, retired Air Force intelligence officer, now a top investigator of alien encounters.
Anytime a technologically superior civilization comes in contact with a technologically inferior civilization, the technologically inferior civilization ceases to exist. Not necessarily through conquest, not necessarily through invasion, but because the technology changes the underlying social structures of that civilization and it disintegrates.
Those fears are reflected in a 1960 federally funded study by the Brookings Institution, which warned that public knowledge of alien life could cause civilization to collapse.
So they began a policy of covering up and hiding the information, but they also began a policy of ridiculing, so that people who really see something are afraid to come forward.
This isn't right to do the ridicule. I mean, a lot of people suffer.
Retired Army officer Clifford Stone certainly suffered after he began private research into the UFO phenomena while still in the service.
Well, I was given a lawful order while I was in the military to back off. I refused that lawful order. That resulted in me having to go to be psychoanalyzed, which just kind of backfired on my command. But I was actually given a lawful order not to write to members of Congress without first getting it approved through my command, and not to talk to members of the media. Of course, I went out and violated all those directives simply because I felt they had no right, that I had a right.
He also has determination. This collection of classified government documents represents years of determined effort by Stone to open the UFO files and offer fresh leads to investigators on the trail of the truth. It is not surprising that this book is making top military officials very uncomfortable.
I think that some of the underlying concerns they have is the impact it will have on society as a whole if the information is ever released.
But why have aliens chosen to visit our small blue planet, hidden on the distant fringes of an insignificant star cluster? Well, we invited them here.
When we return, what is attracting alien visitors to planet Earth? Extraterrestrials take aim on America's military. A crashed saucer becomes a top-secret bombshell. The nation's capital becomes a cosmic crossroads. And later, how Disney Imagineers have designed a way to prepare humans for their inevitable alien encounter.
And I looked, and behold, a whirlwind came out of the north, and a fire enfolding itself, and the brightness was about it. Also out of the midst thereof came the likeness of 4 living creatures. And when the living creatures went, the wheels went by them. And when the living creatures were lifted up from the earth, the wheels were lifted up. For the spirit of the living creature was in the wheels. Ezekiel chapter 1. There have been reports of alien encounters throughout recorded history, often buried in the obscure poetry of mystics. But since the end of World War II, alien encounters have adopted a darker, more menacing demeanor. No longer just spirited lights dancing in the sky, UFOs turn more brazen, announcing themselves with surprising ferocity.
Most alien activity on Earth in this century seems to have been sparked by the single most profound technological achievement in human history. The atomic bomb did more than blow away every conventional notion of combat. It also saddled mankind with the awesome responsibility of life and death for the entire planet. But what the world didn't know in 1945 was that the atomic bomb's brilliant burst of energy would also be mankind's cosmic calling card, announcing to the universe that a technological society had evolved on a small blue planet in the backwaters of the stars. So as the world celebrated the war's end in 1945, aliens who heard man's atomic trumpet were already charting their course towards Earth, responding to our open invitation. As early as 1947, the large alien ships began to arrive, navigated by living creatures. Their advanced physics allowed them to traverse the galaxy and pierce Earth's atmosphere with amazing speed. The U.S. military immediately went on the alert against the unknown menace. Sightings were perceived as threats to the security of an America still reeling from the edgy consciousness of war. And the sightings were taking place all across the country.
I glanced up and there were 3 flying saucers in a V with what appeared to be a dome on the top with, I can't be sure, but I believe I saw the sun glinting off of, well, windows or observation portholes of a sort.
I think it was from outer space, but friendly.
Army fighter planes are on patrol for flying saucers. Cameras installed to photograph them. Portland, Oregon, the area from which came the first weird reports. This flying saucer patrol shows how the Air Forces, while not putting too much stock in the mysterious things in the sky, are investigating. The control tower's in touch and on the watch. So are a whole lot of people these days. They're seeing flying saucers everywhere. Flocks of fantastic discs flying through the air.
But the military finally had to admit that something was happening that they didn't understand, offering their first and only public statement on the UFO phenomenon.
The recent sightings are in no way connected with any secret development by any agency of the United States.
They weren't always called flying saucers. Some reports claim they resembled other household objects. The public was fascinated and anxious to make contact. But our official response remained aggressive, sometimes sparking deadly games of high-speed, high-altitude cat and mouse. National Guard Captain Thomas Mantell played that game and quickly became a grisly statistic. His last words, as Mantell soared at an altitude of 20,000 feet, are a chilling commentary on the power of the alien ships.
I'm closing in to take a look. It looks metallic and of tremendous size. It's going up now as fast as I am. That's 360 miles per hour. I'm going after it.
Moments later, Captain Mantell's mission had ended. Occasionally, the tables were turned. More than one alien craft crashed and was recovered for secret U.S. military research. The most famous case took place in July of 1947, just outside the community of Roswell, New Mexico. Famous because local officials openly admitted they had retrieved an alien ship before their commanders instructed them to keep the story confidential. What you can't explain, they reasoned, you must deny.
July of 1947, the Army Air Forces at Roswell announced we had captured a flying saucer. You can say our government announced in July of 1947 they had a flying saucer. 3 hours later, they announced, no, it's really a weather balloon. The officers at Roswell made a mistake. But our government has come forward and said, yes, we had a flying saucer. Then they took it back.
Any one of your viewers can go back to the newspapers on July 8th, July 9th of 1947, and just front page headline after headline that the government had captured a flying saucer.
Don Schmidt from the Center for UFO Studies in Chicago is convinced that the Roswell case is the linchpin in America's ongoing alien cover-up.
We have over 550 witnesses. They were there. They handled the debris. They saw the craft. They saw the bodies. They handled the crew members of that craft. And invariably, we all say, this was not from this earth.
This is the actual site where the Roswell saucer was discovered, along with the bodies of 3 extraterrestrial missionaries who didn't survive the collision. The debris and the dead were impounded and taken away for top-secret study, while a classified investigative committee called the Majestic 12 was organized by President Truman. And a government cover-up was initiated with a calculated disinformation campaign.
The military, I know for a fact, has established what's called disinformation programs, officially sanctioned deception programs. This is covered by a regulation at Department of Defense level that's secret. This is the case with the unidentified flying objects.
I cannot say that the Roswell incident was a cover-up, but I can certainly say that the government back then and today acted like it was a cover-up and has been subject to being accused of a cover-up.
The flying saucer debris at Roswell was attributed to a downed weather balloon. There was no explanation for the alien body parts among the wreckage. Before long, other sightings were dismissed as optical illusions caused by electrified swamp gas, with elaborate demonstrations staged for newsreel cameras to back up the claim. But while the Pentagon refused to publicly admit aliens had arrived on Earth, their top...
Real quick. I gotta address you guys. You guys are being... I'm not sure if you're doing this on purpose or not. What? So let me just address a couple things here. So first things first, the Armenian. The point of David Grush coming forward in talking about this in a public setting, by the way, they were the Department of Defense, the people, the intelligence community, they were fighting against David Grush and Fravor and Graves testifying under oath. Why do you think that is? Why would you not want the people that are making these claims to testify under oath? Because then you could say, then the public would see that as a way to say, well, it wasn't under oath, so therefore, how can we trust it? This is exactly what they said to Grush when Grush came forward first. They said, he's making these claims, but he's not making them under oath, so he can say whatever he wants to. Grush fought for the right to speak under oath, because that would solidify that he is serious about what he's making, the claims he's making. He's willing to put it all on a line. That's the first thing. The second thing isn't, it's not about bringing those witnesses. He didn't just give secondhand information. He gave second information and firsthand information about these programs, and he gave people's who have firsthand information and are actively in these programs. He gave those names and directed them to the Inspector General. All of his claims are being verified to the best possible way you could possibly do it. Plus, it's not about investigating the people. It's about investigating their claims and about investigating the people that are involved with the cover-up in the alleged threats of violence and so forth. You don't investigate the person that's asking for help. You investigate the people that they're claiming are the ones that are the aggressors, the liars, whatever. That's the investigation. Now, a part of that investigation, obviously, you will make sure the person is telling the truth, but you don't start an investigation unless you have probable cause on the person making the claims about these things. And the last thing is, they're giving the world exactly what they've been claiming they want: disclosure. So we got I don't.
Top secret internal memos told a different story, even detailing the various ships and the creatures they had autopsied. Meanwhile, the American people fell in love with flying saucers, sensing something playful in their alien design. Before long, even the military seemed to fall under the trance of the UFOs. Government inventors began to mimic what they were seeing in the sky, in a strategy to stumble upon the secrets of advanced alien technology. These rare films chronicle those primitive efforts.
At a symposium conducted by Princeton University, weird and wonderful flying machines developed for the Army go through their paces. The flying scooter, for instance, with only a 7-horsepower motor. Or this flying what have you. Just count your fingers after starting the fans.
The naive attempts to copy the saucers began to look foolish, especially in July.
Excellent point. We've got the technology too. Well, look at how great the technology is. It sucks.
1952, when real alien ships were routinely buzzing over Washington, D.C., leading fighter pilots on frustrated chases lasting as long as 6 hours. It was the first time since the War of 1812 that our nation's capital had been successfully invaded by a foreign power. By the early 1960s, UFOs were having a chilling effect on our defense operations. Their tremendous speed often caused them to be misidentified as incoming intercontinental ballistic missiles, putting American air bases on red alert. There needed to be some way for the U.S. and the Soviets to distinguish between nuclear attack and alien visitors.
The weapon is installed in the Pentagon, but it's a weapon of peace. This is the teletype that will operate at the U.S. end of an open line to Moscow. This link, it is hoped, will help avoid misunderstandings that could possibly trigger a catastrophe. Now, our president could be in touch with the Russian premier in a matter of seconds.
The hotline between Moscow and Washington was set up so they could go ahead and make last-minute pleas that we're not attacking you and you're not attacking us. The purpose for this was to ensure that a nuclear war would not be touched off by a UFO appearing on the scopes and being mistaken for an enemy aircraft.
The hotline eased some international tensions, but it didn't halt the interaction between the military and aliens, which continues to this day.
November of 1975, essentially every SAC base in the United States was visited by UFOs. We have reason to believe that the UFOs went ahead and had some effect on changing the codes within the missiles, within the launch control facility, to change where the missiles would hit. 1976, September, Iran. 2 F-4s tried to intercept a UFO and shoot upon the UFO. The weapon systems of the planes go dead. The communication systems go dead. These are just 2 examples of cases which sound like they came out of science fiction, but in reality, they're from government documentation. Documents released by the State Department.
Main engines up and burning.
September 1991. Space Shuttle Mission 48.
Real quick. First of all, 12-year OG, please don't do that again. Secondly, Darren 1320, do you have any of these witnesses that have told Grush this information will come? Oh, do you think any of these witnesses that have told Grush this information will come forward themselves? Why leave it to Grush? Seems to me like they'll probably deny all of this, otherwise they'd have come forward themselves. Dude, I want you to think about what you just said, please. Please think about what you just said. Please think about that, okay? Please. I gotta call this out, my guy. I love you, man. You know what we do here. I'm gonna push back on that, okay? That's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. That is not the train of thought you should have come up with. You should not have done. I have no idea. Unfortunately, that seems like an idea, a thought, a belief that is based off of a predisposition, not based off of like how you're supposed to come up with a thought. You believe something, and so you've come up with the logic to fit that belief system. If you are a whistleblower, if I worked at Lockheed Martin, and I'm like, man, they're doing some bad stuff here, okay? I gotta tell the people, but I'm afraid because look at what they did to all these other people that have ever come forward. And there's a guy who has access to the information that I know, and he says, hey man, I know that you work for Lockheed Martin, and I know about that program that you're working on that's involved with this illegal activity. It's one of the greatest stories of all time. People have been killed to keep it secret. And I'm like, I know, dude, that's why I'm afraid to come forward. And he's like, well, look, I'm gonna direct you to a safe place to not be dead by the end of you telling this story, these things that you know about this program. You'll be safe. Don't worry about anything. I'm gonna direct you to the right people. And I'm like, okay, man, I'll do it. And then I go talk to that person in a classified setting to tell him this information. Why in the heck would you come up with that logic when that's the nature of what's happening right now and what would happen in any situation ever in reality? Why would that be the kind of thinking that you come up with? Why? Again, this is where it's unfortunate, but this is where a predisposition is clear here, my friend. It's you gotta back off that predisposition and look at things for as they are. No one in their right mind would ever look at what's happening to Grush and say, I'm gonna come forward too so people can treat me like that. Why would they do that? Why would they do that, man? That is not the logic you should have come up with. That is not the logic you should have come up with at all. No. if you're afraid to die, that's why you wouldn't come forward. Like, what are you talking about, man? What are you talking about?
Commander Clayton and his crew point their cameras at the planet's horizon for a live broadcast to Earth. Many viewers know.
Real quick, and then the Armenian, great point. Grush has receipts on all of these people who came forward to give their info to him. I'm more concerned about how many of on that list aren't going to accidentally jump off of a second-story hospital building. You're talking about. I know you're talking about, by the way. Again, please, Darren, you gotta back off of that. You gotta back off of that. You know that. I don't know how you came up with that. I do know how, but like, please, man, you gotta look at it this way, because that's the Armenian. That is exactly how you should have looked at it. Like, these people end up dead. Why? Because Grush said that they've killed people. Why don't they tell? Well, why don't all the whistleblowers come forward? Because Grush said that they kill people. Why don't all the whistleblowers come forward? Because we know that they've killed people. What are you talking about? Because they're gonna lie, or they're gonna not deny what's going on. I wouldn't be surprised if they came forward, they deny it. No. I don't want you to. Well, I want you to change your thinking to fit reality, my guy, not to please me. It wouldn't just please me, it would fit reality. Not like this fantasy of, like, you know. No, that's it. Okay, Darren. Yeah. Just the question has to be based off of like it would, if you're gonna. I can't imagine why you would come up with that. I can imagine, but like, that's not a very fact-based question. And that's not a very reality-based question.
Alien ship playfully cavorting around the shuttle at tremendous speeds. NASA still refuses to.
I say that with love, my brother.
To acknowledge the incident. But since that time, the space agency no longer allows public access to live unscrambled television signals from shuttle missions.
You hear that? Check it out.
NASA still refuses to acknowledge the incident. But since that time, the space agency no longer allows public access to live unscrambled television signals from shuttle missions.
NASA doesn't know? NASA knows. Now, yeah, I don't know, man. Man, that one's. Yeah, the reason why I'm stuttering is because my brain is glitching off that logic. I can't imagine why anyone would come up with that other than they don't like the people that are talking, and so they don't believe the claims that are being made, and so they come up with this idea. Oh, they're just lying then. They must be lying. If they're not going to tell us all right now in public, in front view, oh, they're all lying then. They must be lying. If they're not all going to, all of them are going to come forward, if only one of them is willing to come forward, then they all must be lying. It must be fake then. That's like a Stephen Greer type perspective. Dude, it's not based off of how things work. In reality, if you're afraid to die, you don't, like, tell secrets. You keep it secret because you're afraid to die. In reality, you don't come forward and tell secrets to people that don't believe you and will call you a liar and will smear your name and smear your testimony and run you through the dirt. You keep it to yourself because you know that people are going to disrespect you and run you through the dirt like they did with Bob Lazar. In reality, that's what happens when people don't come forward. In reality, I know, bro. I know you are Alien Universe. That's the reality of like truth and fact. Like real stuff. You can make up whatever you want to, but that's not reality. It's not based off reality. And I still love you, my boy. Oh my gosh, look at how real that looks. Oh no, the White House has been attacked. Oh no. Oh no, everybody, watch out. I am under no obligation to decide on whether there is secret facility containing aliens' craft and bodies without the necessary evidence for a sensibly informed conclusion. Nothing is gained by taking sides on the legitimacy of the underlying claims. I'm treating the alien crash retrieval program as a fun story. My gosh. As a fun story, hold on, which might be based on truth. I am not going to a priori believe or disbelieve this story. My life remains identical whether I believe, disbelieve, or remain ambivalent. Until objective supporting evidence is produced, I choose ambivalence on this specific issue. Would I like to be... Oh, sorry, shit. I'm doing a terrible job right now. Would I like it to be validated? You bet. Your life, I do. Who wouldn't? Am I expecting it to happen? Not really. Okay, this is a clear I don't believe anything that's being said statement. Okay, I'm gonna do something that I don't like doing because I'm probably gonna make fall flat on my face here. I'm probably gonna fall flat on my face. I bet he thinks that aliens are our benevolent space brothers. Let's find out. I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but let's find out. Let's see here. Spent an hour or two discussing research in this cool topic. Ancient civilization, extraterrestrial UFO connection. Let's find out. Let's find out. I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong. I'm probably gonna embarrass myself right now. Let's find out. It's hard to find out. It's hard to see. He's not explicitly sharing anything, any position. Ah, okay. Here we go. You ready? Let's find out what he says. So he just retweeted this. When did he retweet this? August 5th, the other day. Few people are asking good questions about ETs and UFOs lately, and too many are making fear-based assumptions. Darren, here you go. If you're not at least open to the possibility of what Rogan says here, there are probably some deeper issues for you to work out. Benevolent, higher dimensional ETs are here. I told you, I knew it, I freaking knew it. They won't interfere unless things get too bad. That is a statement. That is a statement. They won't interfere. That's a statement. He's saying for sure these benevolent interdimensional beings or higher dimensional ETs, extraterrestrials, they're not going to interfere unless things get too bad because they're here to help us. I freaking told you. I've never looked at this dude's Twitter before. This is happening in real time. I freaking knew it. You know how I know it? Do you know how I knew? I didn't know how, I'm not psychic, but you know how I just made that assumption because that's the kind of position that somebody has when they believe that aliens are benevolent. I knew it. I knew it. Let's hear what Rogan has to say. I knew it. I freaking knew it. I freaking knew it.
It'd be pretty cool if these aliens were benevolent overlords. And they were like, hey, my children.
Yeah.
You know?
Or maybe even so advanced intellectually that the concept of an overlord is preposterous. And they're just biological management. There's just the gardeners tending to make sure the weeds don't get out of hand and just like let this process continue to play itself out. Because this process of technological innovation it's the everything that humans do.
I knew it. I knew it. Ravens Creek Charms. How do people state this stuff as fact? Good question. Darren1320. This is the issue with being on the fence compared to being a fully invested conspiracy theorist. Conspiracy theorists can't see beyond their way of thinking. Everyone else is wrong. Joe Rogan changes his mind just as much as I do with this subject. He's trying to find a healthy balance of conspiracy without losing his mind. LOL. Well, I take a reality-based approach to it. So I when I think about this phenomenon, I ask myself these questions. What is it doing? I don't say, well, I know it's assaulting people, but maybe it's doing it because it loves the taste of human flesh, and it actually is helping us evolve to admit. Maybe that's just the way that it's helping us evolve. Maybe the cattle mutilations are just because they were trying to figure. Maybe there's a lot of maybes. That's conspiracy. That's conspiracy. You know what's not conspiracy? David Jacobs ran an investigation into the UFO phenomena and discovered that there's a sinister plot by the non-human intelligences, according to all these people who've been bringing back their abduction experiences and talked about them. There's a hybridization program. John Keel talked about the hybridization program. There's an obvious hybridization program. All the abductees who talk about having encounters with them talk about a hybridization program. But from Betty and Barney Hill to everybody, again, is that a fact? Well, I don't know. But if we're gonna take these perspectives, let's take them based off of reality. Okay? Now what's actually happening? Human beings are alleging that they're being abducted. Okay. What is an abduction? It is a forced taking of a person when they're in a vulnerable state and they cannot control, fight back, run, say no, or anything out of their homes, out of their beds. And then what happens to them then? They're taking onto a craft. They're S-assaulted. Okay, S-word assaulted. They're R-worded. There's semen taking. There's eggs taken. There's all this stuff taken from there biologically. Okay. Oh, okay. Is it pleasant? No, it's not pleasant. Does it leave trauma? Yes, it does leave trauma. Am I wrong for talking about the facts of these matters? No, these are what actually happened. Okay. What else happens? Oh, they also get women pregnant. Oh, they do? What kind of women? 13-year-old little girls too. Oh, really? Then what happens? Then after the first trimester, they take the baby. Oh, is that true? Yes, that's true. These are facts. Do you know what's not a fact? Well, they're probably doing it for your own good. That is a conspiracy. Well, you don't know the reasons why they're doing it. That is a conspiracy. You have to be fact-based. You can do this all day long. Oh, they're probably doing it for your own good. Oh, they're probably us from the future. Oh, they're probably doing it because they love us. Those are conspiracies. Those are conspiracies. Facts are what's actually happening. That is a fact. Why do I talk about these things this way? Because I look at the facts of the matter. Why do I talk against the idea of benevolence? Because those are conspiracy theories. Based off of what? Based off of what? Not fact. They're based off of conjecture. They're based off of possibilities, conspiracies, maybe this, maybe that. It could be this, it could be that. They could be doing it for our own good. Look what we do. Blah, blah. All these are conspiracies. They are not facts. Oh, it could be the government. Well, what does the government say? It's not ours. Okay. Oh, they could be ours. What do the pilots say? What do the Top Gun pilots say? It's not ours. What did they say for the last 20 years? It's not ours. What did they say for the last 50 years? It's not ours. What do they say today? It's not ours. Well, it could be China's. They say it's not China's. Well, how do they know? Because they worked on the technology. They're in the people that are actually doing reconnaissance on China, who are spying on China. It's not ours. They're looking at the same thing. Oh, is that a fact? It's a fact. What does that mean? It's not ours. It's not our adversaries. These are facts. Every bad alien abduction is my labs. How do you know that? Well, because I believe it. That is a conspiracy theory. Oh, it's Project Bluebeam. How do you know that? Well, because I think it is. Because I think that they're going to do it. Because we're fearmongers. That is a conspiracy theory. That is a conspiracy theory. Now, in terms of this idea of perpetuating a negative stigma, if I don't talk about the reality and facts of this situation, I'm peddling conspiracy theories. That's the reality. If I add conjecture or possibilities that are far out there, maybe one day in the far off fairy tale land, that's a conspiracy theory. If I say, well, if we ignore all of this data, if we ignore all of the research, if we ignore all of human knowledge and understanding of things, then it could be this. That's a conspiracy theory. Please, my loving brethren in ufology, please, I will entertain these other possibilities, but I will not ignore the facts of the matter. When David Grush comes forward and says, if I tell you guys in public, I'll go to jail, and you say he's not telling because he's lying, that's a conspiracy theory. That's not a fact. If I say, well, the whistleblowers who are not coming forward and talking about this are probably lying anyway because they won't come forward. What? When you know that people can end up dead, their family members can end up harassed, that's a conspiracy theory. That's not facts. If you ignore the data and all the facts, that's where you get some of you guys' theories. That's where you get it. That is a conspiracy theory. Again, you can call facts negativity, but does that make them not facts? What you're saying is, I don't feel good about hearing what they are doing, and so what I'm doing is telling you what they are doing, and you don't like it. That's called living in delusion. I mean, oh my gosh. You know, I'm trying. Listen. Darren says, I didn't say they were probably lying. I said, what if they deny what Grush is saying because they haven't come forward themselves? I don't understand what you mean. Why would they do that? What would be the purpose of denying that? Can you please tell me that, Darren? What the heck? I think there's a flyer or something. I don't know. Well, when it comes to when it comes to the credibility of these people, again, we just have to wait and see, right? Is Corbell an honest figure in the UFO community? Well, I mean, he's literally one of the reasons why we got David Grush in the first place, testifying in front of Congress. I'm gonna go with he's got us this far, so maybe somewhere in there there's some stuff that we don't like. I can agree with that. Maybe we'll see, but I haven't seen it yet. Like, you gotta like. The question is, why don't you like Jeremy Corbell? Is it because of the theatrics? Is it because of the carrot and stick? You know, keeping us going. I can understand. That much I do get that. I get that. I just feel like what is he doing? He's sitting behind David Grush at a hearing, one of the greatest hearings in human history. I get the feeling that that's a pretty big indication that he's a legitimate actor in the field, guys. You know, and again, I respect if you don't like him for various reasons. I respect that. There's nothing wrong with that at all. There's nothing wrong with that. But again, you still got to recognize that what's going on here. You still got to recognize it. You know, yeah. So. Yeah, so Coley says he embellishes in his nap sidekick at the parties. Those are fair criticisms. They're fair. They're super fair. Darren says because they are aware of the stigma, otherwise they'd come forward themselves, but they left it to Grush. But why, Darren? Why would they do that? Does it have anything to do with the fact that they don't want to die? Would that probably be like a good reason to? I mean, again, if you ignore that aspect of it, John P. Adventures, good. Again, fair criticisms. That is a fair criticism. That's fair. John P. Adventure says Corbell is too jokey for me to believe him, though he may be right. Fair. Again, I respect that 100%. Now. Darren, I really think that this is what gets me. A guy says, listen, people are afraid for their lives, their families' lives. I've seen some things that are disturbing, and you're like, he's lying. Okay, you didn't say he's lying. Well, they don't want to come forward because... What? Because what? Because they don't want to die, man. As the Armenian says, they don't want to end up falling out of a 40-story freaking hospital window by accident. That's probably why they're not coming forward. Again, look at how, even in the chat, how some people are treating David Grush now. I mean, why would... If you're a whistleblower that is in contact with David Grush and you see what's happening to him, why would you come forward? tell me, please, why would you come forward? You wouldn't. But do you know what you would do? Go to where it's safe to talk to people that matter. You're not going to make a difference with disclosure. You're not. None of us are individually going to make a difference. But the Inspector General is, and they've talked to him, and that's what's important. You know, you're not going to be able to get any of this process moving forward. But Corbell has, Knapp has, Ross Coulthard has, Bryce Sable has, David Grush has, Ryan Graves has, David Fravor has. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have to look at things like objectively, what is objectively true, and then go based off of that. And like, you know, bro, you mark my words. None of you are gonna get any further forward with this because none of you have an open mind. Oh my gosh, you're gonna spend your days on YouTube hypnotized by all these conspiracy theories. If you still know me in 30 years, I'll guarantee you we are no further forward, and people are still chatting the same. Darren 1320. I'll see you in. I bet you in the next 6 months. You're gonna be proven wrong. We are further now than we ever have been. Right now. You're already wrong. You're already wrong, my friend. And I don't usually say that, but that you're already wrong, man. You're already wrong. Because we're further than we've ever been before right now. You're telling me that by looking at the facts, I'm gonna be disillusioned? That's a hypnosis? By looking at what's happening, that's being hypnotized? I love you, bro. I can't figure out this lot. I cannot figure this out. I'm trying. I'm really trying here. I'm trying so hard. Because I think it's important to engage these conversations. I really believe that. It's important to talk about. I can't figure out where that thinking comes from. I can, but like, yeah, it's Anyway, remember how I thought I was gonna make a fool of myself? Well, I didn't. You're right, Armenian. We're probably not going to get everything, but we're going to get something.
We hear a story like this make the news cycle really get a lot of attention. Do you kind of see an increased interest in UFOs with just the general public?
Absolutely. In fact, there's a lot of public interest right now with regard to UFOs. Everything from people wanting to know what's the real truth and what's Canada's role, and are there other sightings around the world. It's really quite fascinating to see how many people are interested in UFOs right now.
And I think that's been the case for a long time. I mean, we sort of course, understandably, I think, have this fascination with what we don't understand, what's happening beyond our kind of point of view right here on Earth. I mean, what are you watching? What do you kind of pay attention to? What are the developments that really spark your interest?
Well, we still don't know anything. I mean, the whistleblowers have come forward and they've said that the government is covering stuff up, and there are crashed saucers and maybe little crashed bodies or something like that.
Oh, he was going to say little green men.
But we really don't know that. I mean, the government still denies. The Pentagon still says that they haven't found any verifiable evidence. NASA and of course the project that was looking into this say they haven't found anything. NASA is actually coming out with a report. It was due last week, but it's going to be delayed a few weeks. We'll see what they say, but I'm predicting that they're going to say that they really don't have any evidence of that. So
we'll see.
What do you do? Because on one hand we have these people in responsible positions testifying under oath that there is stuff, and then you have the government saying there isn't. Is the government covering it up, or is somebody lying, or what? We simply don't know.
And further to that, when we do have these sort of polarizing subjects with a lot of different points of view, and frankly pretty strong points of view a lot of the time, is there some stigma attached to that, where people maybe feel like they need to hide their interest in UFOs?
She's either high as a kite or her medication's off.
Well, not only hide their interest, but hide what they've seen.
Or maybe she's a lizard person.
Before this congressional subcommittee, pilots had said that they felt that they shouldn't really come forward or say anything because they were going to be reprimanded or things.
Why won't people come forward? Because they don't want to know because of this. Because they're afraid they'll be reprimanded. Why won't they come forward? Well, I theorize because they're not, there's something hiding. Because the government's telling them not to come forward so they can keep the technology to themselves. This is what we know for a fact.
Things like that. In Canada, though, Transport Canada regularly records incidents that are actually described as UFOs. Here we actually call them UFOs in Canada, not UAP, and pilots regularly report things. So it's a little bit of 6 of one and half dozen of the other. Some ways people are stigmatized, but on the other hand, we do have the reports. I think if you've seen a UFO, you're in good company, because polls have shown that 1 in 10 North Americans, including Canada, believe they've seen UFOs, and this includes RCMP officers, pilots, air traffic control operators. So it's not something that should be stigmatized, but I think people still have a reluctance.
We have just under a minute left here before we let you go. If somebody's interested in unidentifying flying objects or just learning more, is there a community here in Manitoba?
Don't go to the community, it's scary.
Not really. It's more, moved into the ether, online. There's a number of organizations. We put out the Canadian UFO Survey every year that records the number of cases across Canada. You can go onto Facebook and what's left of Twitter or X and look for ufology research, because that's where a lot of the cases are reported. And we get cases almost every day. But people are fascinated, and I think you can even go for a last-minute summer vacation to Falcon Lake to go on the UFO ride out there, where they'll take you to a spot where something crashed or landed in 1967.
Very interesting. Love that little Manitoba tidbit. Well, tidbit. We're not talking Tim Hortons. We're talking space. We sure appreciate your time this morning and your knowledge. Thank you so much for this, Chris.
Glad.
Yeah. I don't know, guys. Gals, non-binaries and demigods. I love you guys too. You guys love to get me all worked up. I know you do. I think you just like to get me all worked up. That's what I think. I think you just want to see me all worked up, fired up. That's what I think. Y'all just want to see me fired up. That's cool. Oh yeah, we're almost at the end of the show tonight, so it's been a lot of fun. I've worked up quite a sweat yelling at the microphone here. Darren 1320 for the win tonight. Get me all worked up. Get me all worked up tonight. Darren 1320. I think that people are afraid to come forward because of ridicule. Then as in real time, we're getting a real time response from the community who's literally ridiculing the people coming forward in real time. That's probably why they won't come forward. It's literally a feedback loop. I don't know what you're talking. I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with you. Check it out, y'all.
Problems that have occurred with the 2 tape recorders on AFP 675 have had no impact on Cirrus. Cirrus is performing quite well. The community, the payload community, working with that particular instrument, is very happy with the data that they've received.
NASA knows. We can't watch an entire hour of this today.
Seriously.
We're gonna check this stuff out tomorrow, along with some of the stuff. I'm gonna repost this compilation. I'm gonna repost this. We're gonna check it out tomorrow and chat about how NASA knows. Darren 1320. Those are actually good points. I just think there's a possibility that we are wrong about this. How is it crazy to think that, yeah, we have some weird stuff, footage, etc., but there is a possibility that it's nothing. and the government are stuck in the same predicament because we are just going to call them liars regardless. That is, again, you finished strong. You finished strong today, Darren 1320. Coley says, R.I.P. The Band-Aids off. Yeah. R.I.P. to the Band-Aid. Lizard people! Lizard people! They're here! Hecklefish! No. No. Change it back to the Twitter logo. No. I don't like X. I don't like X. I liked Twitter. Okay? Darren, I better see you in the chat tomorrow. You better say something. You better say something. I want you to get me all fired up. Don't you dare fall back on me. You know how crazy I get? You guys drive me crazy every day. You talking about you don't want to talk tomorrow because I'm driving you crazy now? No. No. You don't get to do that. You drive me crazy every day. You better not. You better not stop now. You better not. Don't you stop till I have my first heart attack. You understand me? You better not. When my left arm starts feeling numb and I pass out on live, that's when you stop. Until that day, you better be back in here talking that mess that gets me all fired up. All right, everybody, I got to get going. Listen, if you can at all, if you guys can at all, please support your boy. I appreciate you. I love you guys. I have a lot of fun doing this. You know that. I'm going to post my links in the chat, of course. My GoFundMe, my Patreon. I'm going to post them both in the links. If you can only listen, guys. If you can only donate $1 to my GoFundMe, please just do so. I'm serious when I say it is what's going to keep me doing this. I can't. Again, I got to justify the time that I spend here with you guys, and aside from just having fun. So if you can donate to the GoFundMe, even if it's $1, guys, and gals and demigods and non-binaries, just throw $1 in the GoFundMe. You know, that's all I'm asking for at the very least, if you can. And another thing is you can also support me on Patreon too. Patreon's, you know, it's a much smaller donation if you guys have. And again, I think it's like $1 to $5. You can donate to my Patreon like a subscription. If you are a Patreon subscriber, if you are somebody who's, you know, part of that, I send you a private link to the private Discord servers. So again, I really would appreciate if you guys do that. So yeah, and again, this is the kind of thing that's going to help me keep going. I really do need you guys' support for this. I do have a big family, y'all. I'm doing this full time. So this month, and I wanted to do it this month, but I can't. Again, I got to justify it. If I hit the GoFundMe goal between GoFundMe and Patreon, I will be doing 6 hours, but I gotta justify it to my family, guys. I got a family of 10 here, actually 11, and I gotta justify being here for 6 hours or more, which I want to, but I gotta justify. You know what I'm saying? So help me out. Let's keep this stuff going, and yeah, I'll be here every day like I am all the time, man. I love this stuff. I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. Doc Doors out. Peace.